Our first day with Final Fantasy 12, and definitely the first day, and there's definitely not been any other issues with FF12 or that we've started and had to restart it or anything like that. It's definitely the first day of FF12, for sure, guaranteed. Oh well. Friday? What Friday? Yeah, we were here Friday. We tried to stream it. We disconnected twice and it wouldn't let me reconnect. And on top of that, I was having some like video card issues. Not video card issues. I was having like that weird connection issue that I was getting. I resolved it by doing Windows mode. I don't really have a solution. And I don't know why it's doing this. We had this issue since we got this PC. And it's only when I capture this PC, so I don't know what it is. Anyway, for those of you that are missing a streak, it's completely unrelated to the fact that we only had a 2-hour stream before we cut because of that issue. Granted, 2 hours is quite a long time for everybody to get in there and get their streak going, so I imagine not too many people lost their streak, but some people may have, and that's a bummer, and I'm sorry, but that's what it is. That's why the streak system is flawed, and it needs an update. There needs to be like a 24-hour forgiveness or something. I'll be right back, by the way. Hang tight, I forgot something. Okay. As a note, by the way, I totally understand if you want to go over and watch 7 right now because he is at the end of FF10. So, you know. Or you can just do pro strats and have us both up at the same time because, you know, you're a baller like that. But yeah, he is wrapping up FF10 right now, so that is obviously a big part. Otherwise, I have decided that after all the attempts at trying to get the controller the way I wanted to and the glyphs I want and everything, I've just decided to try a PS5 controller again and hope that it stays connected, because all I seem to have is issues with every other controller, and like they work great until it becomes time for the glyphs. Then it's a problem. Then it's a problem. Once it's time for the glyphs, all of a sudden it's a problem. Otherwise, the controllers are crazy good. So, for now, with the Fiesta, we'll hold off and go with this for now. Hopefully, we don't have any connection issues with the controller. That'd be great. We could just do that. Oh, Jedi Fallen Order, hell yeah. Great game. Honestly, I find most of the Soulsborne type games better than the actual Dark Souls games, usually. Like Jedi Fallen Order and the one that came after that, I feel are better than Dark Souls. I like Stranger of Paradise more than Elden Ring. You know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of Dark Souls copies out there, so I mean there are plenty of bad ones too. But yeah. I don't know about Nioh 2. I hated Nioh 1. Not gonna lie, I straight up hated Nioh 1. But Stranger of Paradise, made by the same devs, Nioh 2 is in the middle there, so maybe, you know, whatever. I didn't like Lies of P because it was like parry god kind of shit, and it's like if you don't parry god, then you're done. But whatever, like that's just preference at that point, you know. But Stellar Blade, I like that more than pretty much all the FromSoft stuff. But it's as if you liked, I don't know. Give me a platformer, a good one. I can't think off the top of my head a platformer. Mega Man, I don't know. It's as if you liked another platformer more than Mario. You know, you can't sit there and be like Mario is unimportant or it's bad or whatever. It's just a preference, you know, like Dark Souls and Demon Souls and all that. I mean, it was revolutionary. It started the subgenre of Soulsborne action RPGs, and it can't be denied the impact it had on you know, gaming culture and everything. So, you know, preferences aside, the games are very important, and I still love Dark Souls and Elden Ring and everything. Just I tend to prefer the other ones more, and I think it has a lot to do with innovation. Like Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, they're all kind of the same game, right? Like there's slight differences in the stat weights and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's the same system, same design, same control schemes, same physics, same everything. Kind of like Atlas RPGs, you know, they're all the same with some minor variations, and that bums me out a little bit. You know, like I criticize Elden Ring because it's just open world Dark Souls, and that's exactly what it is. Like that's all it is, you know. And I'm a big fan of innovation, and you get that when you get game developers that have integrity, that try to emulate the feeling of it but take it another step, you know. It's kind of like the Pokemon copycats that get trashed because they're not Pokemon, and yet they're really good. Yeah, I actually just played Nioh 1 very recently. It was like just this last year, 2024, and I hated it. But, you know, I recognize it for what it is. And Stranger of Paradise, same developers, and I love that, so whatever. Let's see, Lunato, thank you for the 6 months of subbing. Awakened Crystal, thank you for 2 months of subbing as well. And Halcyon Kiwi, thank you for 25 months of subbing. Getting some sub love in here already. And apologies for, you know, all the delays in streaming. We only had 2 stream days last week, and, you know, obviously I don't like taking days off, really. I normally stream 6 days a week during the normal year. So, I mean, I prefer to be here streaming all the time, every day. But, you know, with the Fiesta, Seven and I are a team. When I have to take a day off, he takes a day off. When he has to take a day off, I take a day off. Because, you know, we got to keep our timers aligned, and that's, yeah. Can I explain what the incentive? Come on, math professor. Wow, math professor can't get it, jeez. The amount of licenses that we can have is equal to or less than 2 times the character's XP level. So if I'm level 10, I can have 20 licenses. Maximum. Let me make sure I have that not backwards. Yeah. No, I'm teasing you, dude. I mean, like you have to have a familiarity with the game to understand, you know, what's going on there. And if you're not familiar with FF12, like, you're not gonna get it. So I'm just giving you shit. I mean, with a lot of the incentives, like like with last year's FF13, where we said, you know, only 3 paradigms. You know how many times we had questions about that because people are unfamiliar with the game or whatever. Yeah, even people that were familiar with the game had questions, you know. It always happens. It's fine. Like sometimes it's terminology, you know, they didn't realize that the presets were called paradigms. And they're like, oh, okay. Hold on a sec. Cecil went in the window and light was shining right on my monitor. Anyway, I hope y'all are excited for Final Fantasy 12. I am. I love this game, and it's always great to start off on a new Final Fantasy in the Fiesta, and I'm really looking forward to it. So let's get some hellos out. We'll get rolling again, and hopefully no disconnects this time. Space Cowboy, what's up? Mr. J, how's it going? Rio Power, hello. Lily Knight, what's up? What's up, Come on, Zero, Shorty, Mecha, Tiffany, Tafina, rather. Phoenix, No Name, Censorship, hello. What's up, Weapon, Out Dog? Boom Baby's here, what's up, Mecha? Virios, hello. What's up, Techside, Fail Beans, Stalker, Local Bros here. What's up, Looney Jen, Ducky Quack Quack? Hammett, hello. Worm Talent, what's going on? What's up, Silver Dragon? Lunatone, hello. Ark, what's going on? Low End, hello. What's up, Grindle? VG, 86 months, dude. Hey. Hey. What's up? Thank you for 86 months. And hi. Zazu, what's up? Fenrir's here. What's up, Lady Lord? Taven's here. Awakened Crystal, hope you're doing good. What's up, Quadratic? Jellyfish, hello. Foxcrafts. Jana, hello. No, unfortunately, I just had to plug in the PlayStation controller and hope that it. The problem that I have with the PlayStation controller is that it despite being plugged in, will constantly disconnect because the connecting port on the PS controllers is garbage. It's better on the PS5 than it is on the PS4, but it still has issues every now and again, and I kept getting that, so I said screw it. And then I had the glyph issue, and it's like, okay, I'd rather the disconnect than the glyph issue because I can kind of sort of work around that, you know? Fenrir, what's up? Karen, how's it going? Titus, what's up? What's up, Halcyon Kiwi? What class did I play as Stranger Paradise? I pretty much went Sage. Like, Sage is a staple for me, and then, like, whatever. Usually, it's, one of the melee. Gosh, I can't remember which one it was. And then Cyclic Warrior was what I ended up doing post game. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I have preferred button icons. I have known, but Steam and the Steam controllers are always so weird about it. What's up, Aldog and Motzi? Sister Therese, what's up? Diamond Yuo, hello. Gaz, what's going on? Adamantis, what's up? Thank you for 39 months. Oh, hi, Dirty One. Dimension Harvester, thank you for 79 months. And hello. Let's go. Shit, damn it. I missed the start button. All right, let's go. We're going to watch the intro cutscene again and everything because we're starting essentially fresh from the beginning of the game. So any kind of intro cutscenes or whatever, it's the same. Like the timer has been reset to accommodate for all of that. Cord is all tangled. Yep, definitely the first time we've seen this all year. Well, Boom Baby, I'm kind of streaming right now, so no, unfortunately. I would like to, but yeah. He had an amazing final dungeon. I'm so jelly.
And in the presence of these holy relics, I hereby pronounce you man and wife from this time.
Like, to be fair, part of the reason I had a bad final dungeon is because of the Xbox glyphs preventing me from doing Shooting Star. But still, like, that was just one thing that led to all the others, you know?
An attack by both land and air, our kingdom will stand little.
Nabudis has fallen.
Ah, not Nabudis.
My father? I know not. I am sorry.
If Nabudis has indeed fallen, it is only a matter of time before they reach the
Oh
borders of
shit,
Dalmastia.
Motzi with the peak humor over there with the D's
There is
nuts
nothing
jokes.
to halt their advance.
Secure Nalbina with all haste.
I will go.
And I will go at his side.
Yeah, fuck strategy. Yeah. Honestly, ironic D's nuts jokes are great. I think, personally. Oh, those pylons look like they cause mega cancer. Hell yeah. Nothing like the warm glow of an energy pylon.
That I be considered worthy.
And his last words were, "Row!" Rest in peace, Prince Razzler, known for his heroic speech. Quote, raw. End quote. Ah, my guts! My insides are on my outsides now. The last words to his people will be raw, though, because he only said that to Bosch. And it's also, it's for my father, is his actual last words.
We must withdraw! No! The paling still stands.
Everybody's hitting everybody's butthole. You know, you say that in the middle of a battlefield, somebody's gonna be like,
The paling's fallen. Then it's over. For my father.
for my father!
Lord Rassler!
Arrows in the heart are not ideal.
Use your spanking.
Oh, wow. Know what I'm thinking for the 269 bits? I mean, he already got him. He got him bent over. It's just time. Look at it. He already gave him a spanking right there. The way the armor bounces around is really awesome, by the way. Just there's some really excellent animation in Final Fantasy games once they started doing PS2 CG. I mean, it's great in PlayStation 1, but you really see the realistic animation really come to fruition in PS2 and on.
Blessings of the great
And not just like the
Father,
fidelity, but the
guide
actual
your
movement of
bodies
objects.
to the earth. Great Father, guide your spirit's return to the Mother of all. There you shall find peace. Pharaoh.
Well, to be fair, with the cinematics, it's just a movie being played, you know? So that's not like the actual fidelity of the PS2. It's just the era's 3D technology at the time.
The death of Lord Rassler Heos Nabradia was but one of many tragedies to befall the kingdom of Dalmasca. The air of hope that had surrounded Her
What's up,
Royal
Laura?
Highness Princess Ashe's wedding was now quite lost. Dalmasca had been set adrift at the mercy of history's restless tides. At this time, two great empires struggled for dominion over Ivalice. Arcadia in the east, Rosaria the west. The invasion of the Kingdom of Nabradia was Arcadia's first step in its westward march.
Cool.
With Lord Rassler's beloved homeland consumed by the hellfires of war, it
Thank
seemed
you,
clear
playing as
that
123.
Arcadia would soon mete out a
Yeah, it is
like
playing
fate
as
to
123
Dalmasca.
bids.
The fall of the fortress at Nalbina told the destruction of the greater part of Dalmasca's forces.
Not cool for Nabradia or Dalmasca.
A counterattack was mounted by the order of the Knights of Dalmasca, ever brave and faithful.
War makes money for
But
some
against the
people.
martial might of the Arcadian armies,
Guess
they
which
stood little
people?
chance of victory. Indeed, their defeat was to be absolute.
Cool.
Soon thereafter, Arcadia came
Thank you,
forward,
Fox, for
offering terms
123
of peace,
bits.
or as one might rather put it,
Wow.
terms of Dalmasca's surrender.
Poor Dalmasca. Thank you, playing as with the 300 bids.
Lord Ramanas, King of Dalmasca, and my dear friend, had no choice but to accept these terms.
Desco will kill you
It was,
all,
thus,
just like a
only with
final
reluctance
boss
that
would
he set out for
do!
Nalbina
Desco
Fortress,
gets it. Thank you, playing as with the
now
400
under
bids.
Arcadian occupation, to affix his seal to the Emperor's Treaty of Peace. The king had scarce departed his royal city of Rabanasta. when the
Nesco's gonna
remnants
get
of
the
Order
king
made their
like a final
return,
boss would do.
and not a moment too soon, for a terrible revelation awaited them. The treaty would be signed with steel and writ in royal blood.
It'd be hard to write with a sword. Like, dip it into the blood. Ugh. Ow, my hand hurts.
You there? Can you hear me?
It's as I feared. They're slowing us down.
Do not say that. Not all of us are here for love of battle. He fights to defend his homeland.
You know, it's kind of funny with the whole Zoro Z thing because he has a rapier or saber, or some kind of pointed, piercing sword, and yet he slices clothing with
Bore
it.
a few cuts, but you are still whole. Well, can you stand?
Hell yeah, FF12. Fox, thank you for the
Think you can fight?
sub gift to Fenrir.
fine,
Thank you.
sir.
How old are you, Rex?
17, sir.
Young. Family?
My brother is all I have left, sir.
Oh, no
He's 2
subtitles.
years younger than
Whoopsie.
I, living in Rabanastre.
So young. You're barely old enough to be a man. You shouldn't be forced to wield a sword.
No, sir. I want to fight. For my homeland. And for my
For my
parents.
father!
Save the discussion for later. We must reach the king before they act, or all our efforts will be in vain.
I'm aware of the
All our
situation.
efforts will be in vain, Solidor.
Bossler, go ahead. I will handle this rabble.
Godspeed.
Steady, Rex. Keep your wits about you and you'll make it. We move!
I don't know when I can open my menu, but I'm still getting the Xbox glyphs. Why am I getting the Xbox glyphs? I have the fucking PS5 controller on. Son of a bitch, dude. I'm so annoyed with the whole situation. Never doing PC versions of games ever again in the Fiesta. I fucking swear. Except for anything new. That's great for you. I'm happy for you being used to the Xbox icons. I am not used to them. Or subtitles. And I know you can get the PlayStation glyphs, just I don't know why Steam is being a fucking cock about it, you know? Like, I'm literally playing with a PS5 controller.
Captain?
It shouldn't be that big of an issue with FF12 because, like, after a while, I'll just remember positioning and there's nothing like RN's limit break where I need to worry about it, but still. If you disable Steam inputs, then you don't get a working controller. I thought I tested it to get PlayStation inputs, and I remember turning the game on and having PS glyphs and going, cool, solved, moving on, you know? It's whatever. Again, it's not that big of an issue with FF12. But FF10 cost me like an hour of time because of not being able to get Shooting Star on or and off on things like demonoliths and shit. DS for Windows is old shit.
Where are you?
You don't need that anymore.
What if Captain Ozilus has fallen?
Don't talk such nonsense. Vossler's laughed in the face of death far too many times for him to stop now. Men like him don't die in places like this. We must make haste to reach the king. We will take him to safety.
Is His Majesty unharmed?
He'll agree to an unconditional surrender. They wouldn't dare touch him until the wax on his seal is dry.
What gets me
if we
is
arrive
Steam is
after he
usually
signed the
pretty
treaty?
fucking legit about stuff like this. Why is it always an issue with the controller?
Quickly,
It's
Rex.
always a controller issue. Every fucking Fiesta I do a PC game, it's always a controller issue. You know? Like, how does Steam not have better support for that? I don't get it. Oh, but a Switch controller, which like 5 people in the entire world use on their PC, that works just fine. So, by the way, reminder about how no running away rule works for Final Fantasy 12 and the Final Fantasy Fiesta. If a line is drawn to me, and I know I'm tempting fate here because this is when the Twitch crashed on me twice in a row last week, but this is when I was talking about this. But when a line is drawn to the character, that means I'm in combat with that character. Otherwise, I'm not in combat. I can freely avoid it. I mean, I literally showed it. It's a PS5 controller.
Intruders!
I don't buy off-brand crap. Third-party controllers is
We have little time. You must go to the king.
bad idea, bad time.
I'll
Unless
handle
it's
these.
what do you call it? Hori. Hori is
well.
pretty good, but you don't need to worry about Hori for new stuff. Only for the old stuff. Hell yeah, it's a good color. Pink is such a highly underrated color. I have an 8-bit dough. That was my problem to begin with. Literally 8-bit dough right in my hand here. But yeah, you're talking about PC controllers at that point, which is a whole different beast. Like you could talk about different brands of controllers, but that's not off-brand. That's just a different brand, you know, versus a console controller. But it's not an off-brand PS5 controller. That would be an off-brand. Like the 8-bit dough is a great controller for my PC, but it only detects it as an Xbox controller. But despite it being very much PlayStation shaped, you know? So. Nope, I've had only amazing results with the controller itself for the 8-bit dough. I have both the Famicom and the Xbox 8-bit dough controllers, and they're both great. Super Famicom, to be specific.
Captain, why? Our king, what have you done?
The king intended all along to sell Damaska to the Empire. His Majesty was a traitor.
Captain,
Seize the insurgent. Well, so much for peaceful negotiations.
We'll never surrender to you. We are not cattle to be sold by a traitor king.
But the war is over, my dear Captain. You have lost. Dalmasca is the property of the Empire now. And think, we intended to let you keep some of your sovereignty, out of respect. But now you've gone and ruined that. Haven't you, Captain?
We will never bow to you.
And the people of Dalmasca will hate you for it. Take the captain away.
Off you go.
Vaughn, I hope you're strong enough to defeat a tomato. Ugh.
Pretenses of peace left by the wayside, the Arcadian forces resumed their advance toward Rabanasta. Dalmasca's doom had been decided. To make resistance would serve no end. With this foremost in my thoughts, I, to the people of Dalmasca. Sons and daughters of Dalmasca, I bid you lay down your arms. Raise songs of prayer in their stead.
The rules are just right there.
King Raminas, ever merciful, a man devoted wholly to peace. Prayer, too, for the noble Princess Ash, who, wrought with grief at her kingdom's defeat, has taken her own life. Know also that Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg,
of
for
Dalmasca,
incitement of sedition and the assassination of His Royal Majesty King Raminas, has been found guilty of high treason and put to his death. They who at this late hour choose still the sword are cut of the same cloth as the captain. Traitors who would lead Dalmasca to her ruin. Dalmasca's surrender without terms was soon to follow.
I don't know, those tomatoes are pretty dangerous compared to those sewer rats. Damn, I guess Vaughn can't dodge a wrench.
I know. Just a little more. You keep an eye out for me up there, Kites. 1, 2, 3 more. All right. Time to clean house.
Time to chase these rats around the entire damn level.
Ha. Yeah.
Oh my god, I got out of combat with the rats. Gotta reset. That was running away. Fiesta over.
Wow, Vaughn. You got
Is there
them
an
all
easy
yourself?
way to level everyone to quickly to 99?
Guess I know
Yeah,
who
if you
to call
fight
when
monsters
something
long
big
enough, your
comes
level will go
along.
to 99.
Hey, it's good practice for the desert. I'm ready for anything now. That's enough for today. You should get back
Vaughn
to
looks like
Miguel's
Titus.
place, Kites. Aren't you running errands for him?
I think it's a bit of a stretch.
Totally forgot.
It's like because he has short blonde
should
hair,
come,
they're the
Vaughn.
same. I don't know. They don't
He's
look
busy today.
anything alike otherwise.
Might have some work for you to do too.
I've got other, work to do. Hey, lock this place up for me, will you? If Miguel finds out we've been down here, he'll tan our hides.
They also both wear shoes. It's true. And they got their abs out.
Huh? What'd you say?
Sir, you haven't paid, and I... What? Haven't paid? On second thought, please, sir, take it. It's a gift.
Leave the poor sod be. We don't want trouble today.
Yeah, we're only gonna steal a little bit.
Your luck, peddler.
Oops, sorry.
Watch where you're going, churl.
What? My pouch! It's gone!
The boy! Get out the way! Oh!
Oh! You're talking about the Dustia thing, which is a gray area for Fiesta rules, which I don't do anyway, and it's definitely not going to get you to 99 anytime soon. You might get to like level 15, 20 pretty easily, but after that it's going to go really slow. You also need a Phoenix down, and it's a very tight window,
stealing again.
and it's kind of an exploit slash glitch.
What happens if they catch you? We need you to be there for us, Vaughn.
What's up, Vax, with the mega tier 2? 34 months? Thank you
Am I
so
the
much.
leader now?
Almost 3 years indeed, dude. Thank you.
We're orphans. The first thing you learn is you gotta watch out for yourself. Come on, Pinello. You know it as well as I do. Hey, you give that back. What do you think you're doing?
I thought that this money was the people of Dalmasca's property.
Well, you're the people.
The Imperials stole it from us, so it's only fair that we take it back. It's our duty as Dalmascans. Well, wasn't that what you said?
Yeah, but I never said anything about taking it back from me.
This is for that bread you took the other day. Just because I help Miguelo out every now and then, it doesn't mean that you get to eat for free too, you know.
I know that. You think I like living like this? One of these days,
You were to get wireless to
I'll
work?
find
Wow,
airship
when I
on
was
my own.
trying to find solutions, wireless was like the
I'll be a
bigger
Skylander.
problem.
Free to go where I will.
I think it's one of those things where I might just have to uninstall it and reinstall it if I want it to work that way. Because it's kind of locked
Well, be
in at the
careful.
install
You'll
it
never
detected
fly anything if
Xbox
you're running
glyphs,
in a
and so...
dungeon. Oh, Miguelo had some errands that need doing. He wanted you to drop by his place. It might be a good idea to lend a hand.
I mean, you pretty much have to go to big picture mode if you want to edit your controller. So I spent plenty of time in there. Don't worry. All right, reminder: we are not allowed to use fast forward of any kind at any point. Wait, isn't Miguelo's down here? Yeah. Thing is, I'm pretty sure that I set PS glyphs and it was working, and then I turned it off, and then now it's not.
Vaughn, I was waiting.
Pinello said you needed something?
Had me some
By the way,
packages
Waka,
supposed to be arriving
same
by
person.
courier. In the morning, perhaps he ran into some trouble on the desert. Now I've no foodstuffs to prepare for the banquet tonight.
So you want me to find this courier? Hey, no problem.
Bender,
No
Kamari,
problem. The desert teams
Jake the
would
dog.
solve. I'd be sending you to early grave, my boy.
But yeah,
No,
John
I
DiMaggio.
arranged for some replacement goods from Tomage over at the Sandsea.
Heidegger and
you want me to go
remake.
to the tavern to pick him up?
Actually, I asked Kites to do that. Wouldn't you know he's gone missing on me, too. I can't leave my shop and I've Pinello on another chore at the moment, you see. What I want you to do is run over to the Sand Sea and fetch Kite's back. What do you say?
Sounds wild.
It's easy work, and you'll thank me for it someday.
I mean, the game was wildly successful, just like every other Final Fantasy. The people that are dissenting towards it are just loud about it. I mean, it's okay to have your own opinion. I don't mean to suggest that if you offer dissenting opinion on something that you're just being loud and obnoxious. But the people that tend to hate on this game tend to be the loud ones. You know what I mean? That makes sense. Like, having your opinion is fine, and I don't mean to like just say, oh, if you have a negative opinion about this game, then you're just being loud and obnoxious. But it's like a vocal minority, you know what I mean? Just like with FF8, just like with
there you are, Kite.
Any of the Final Fantasies that have
look, Vaughn, look! This is it! This
more
is
discourse
why Miguelo's
regarding
courier
it.
didn't get here on time.
A creature spotted in the Ester Sand. What is that thing?
Ah, Vaughn. Miguelo sent you too.
There wasn't a job system in the other
these
one.
days at Miguelo, if I dare say
So
so
you
myself.
you didn't
I
need
don't
to
envy him
respect.
the work though, not a bit. Quite the affair throwing a banquet to welcome the Imperials, eh?
I disagree on pacing issues.
We should be... whatever. Say, Tomaj, what's this?
Nah, don't remind me. Got some nastiness out there in the Ester Sand. What's stopping our couriers? And that means shortages all around. Thought I'd put up a bill, offer a reward to anyone who can knock that nasty back in its place.
Oh, interesting, Fox.
Now that's work. Sounds 10 times better than running errands for Miguelo.
That's right.
I'll take a
Vaughn, you
peek
should give it
tonight.
a shot.
And you should be getting back to Miguelo. Now, Kites. He was waiting for you.
Oh, right.
Interesting, Lamgwin. Because I mean, I'm 42 and it seemed to be just fine keeping up on it, but I mean, if you're not, I guess I am very familiar with it, so that helps. Yeah, exactly, Julio. That's exactly it. It's like you're a part of the story and you're definitely a big player in it, but like the story is bigger than you, you know? And I kind of love that, how it's almost like there's this big thing going on, and while you're an important part of it, you're just a part of it. I appreciate that. It helps kind of sort of make the world seem bigger than just the little, you know, the little story that you get for the characters. FF15 bonus unlocked! Wait, what is the FF15 bonus? I forgot what the 15 bonus is. Cup noodles, oh yeah. God damn it! Why'd you have to do that?
Yeah,
Couldn't you just waited until after FF15 so we didn't have to do that?
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Thank you, Seven, for the
it
raid.
just
Welcome
so
in, everyone, to
happens that
the other
your
half of the
provisioner
Final
for the
Fantasy
fate
Fiesta. We're just
He
starting
sent me to pick up a few
FF12.
choice
Just at the
morsels
beginning.
For the console's dining pleasure. He wants them quick. I got the writ of transit right here.
Getting
You
nudes.
see? Signed, Miguelo. I just hate to see the console upset because his food wasn't ready on time. And I sure hate to see him take it out on you.
The Lord Consul is a great man.
Yeah, your
I
final
know
dungeon
one
was
that
so good. I had the
take a
worst final
fancy
dungeon
to
ever.
see
Like,
trifling
demonoliths and king behemoths everywhere. And then I couldn't get Shooting Star off on ARM because it kept on feeding me Xbox input glyphs instead of the PlayStation one, so I couldn't do it.
Boy. Wouldn't do to keep the console
Yep.
waiting. Right. Gates are closed after this.
Bad RNG. Lots of game overs in the final dungeon. Lots. But you seem to have had a pretty good one, so GG's. And GG and grats on finishing Final Fantasy X. And now we can get to your favorite one, Final Fantasy 12, which we have right here. Hell yeah, let's go. Welcome in, everybody. This is the Final Fantasy Fiesta. It's the back half. 7 is the front runner, and I'm right after him, doing my bit. So I finished FF10 the other week, and we're on FF12 right now. So he'll be starting FF12 tomorrow as well. Oh yeah, I forgot about. I knew there was something you could do about Great Marbles. It's provoke. Yeah, you can provoke them, and then they just attack. I forgot about that. See, 7 thinks he's so bad at FF10, and yet he knows so many big things about it that I don't know. I'm gonna go clean up the doggos down here before I fight the tomato. I should fight that dinosaur. Oh god. Where's the speed up button? There it is. Okay. We're not allowed to use fast forward. I hit one of the speed up buttons. We're not allowed to do that. At the core, the Final Fantasy Fiesta is all the main Final Fantasy games. So Final Fantasy X2 is not a main Final Fantasy game. It's a sequel / spin-off game. Sometimes we have X2 in there, but at its core, we only have the main games. What extra game we do is dependent on each Fiesta. This Fiesta will be doing Remake and Rebirth, and there is a bonus game at the end, as you can see on the bottom there, that can be unlocked. It's just a fast forward, but we don't use it because it is annoying to watch and it's annoying to play. I mean, it's a nice quality of life feature, but most people don't want to sit there and watch fast forward, you know? Not only that, but the Fiesta is kind of a celebration, and by using the fast forward, it's like you're just kind of fast forwarding the game instead of playing it, you know what I mean? When is Revenant Wings? Once it's a good game, then we'll play it. What does it fast forward? The game. I'm not sure about the question.
Never thought I'd see him growing out here.
It's everything. Well, I mean, not cutscenes, but everything. Like the gameplay. It's gameplay fast forward.
Nice souvenir. Time to call it a day.
You can just skip cutscenes in this game. You don't need to fast forward for cutscenes. Although I will say I appreciate it when games have both skip cutscene and fast forward cutscene, because sometimes you want to get to a certain part of a cutscene. I want to gain a level, and I should gain a level here. There we go. The level of Van dictates what everybody else joins your party at, so getting a level there helps a little bit. I'm not gonna do grinding, and I certainly won't be doing Dustia since it's kind of a gray area on whether or not that's allowed. It's actually more than that. It's up to times 8 or times 16 or something like that. It's like a multiplicative thing.
Back! This gate's closed until the ceremony's over, do you hear?
I mean, it's great for some things, like clearing out trash when you're playing the game casually, but for bosses it can kill you.
Alright, out the way.
Wait a second. How come you let these chocobos through the gate and not us?
What of it? This here's a pedigreed parader, boy. Cost tens of thousands of gil, this one did. A prettier price than 100 of you provincials would fetch. Keep your distance. We don't want the chocobos sticking a peasant.
What'd you say?
Step aside. Right then, move them in.
Well... that does it.
Ho ho! A fine, fine chocobo you have there. Yes, cedar down stock if I'm not mistaken. Change the soil, change the chocobo, am I right? Yes, yes, different soil means different bouquet, too. Take a Dalmascan Barrow's wine, eh? It may lack the flavor and depth of some of your Arcadian wines, but it has a certain strength of character. It's not bad, really, once you get used to it. Care for some, sirs? There's more than enough for all to cool their throats, of course.
You let these carts through when closest gate is ordered. My mail's choked with this sand.
Don't give me a scare like that. Ha! You're lucky that ended where it did.
Right. Now's our chance to go through.
Ah, the ceremony will be starting soon. I'd best be hurrying.
If I disable Steam inputs, my controller probably just won't work, but I'll give it a go, because I basically have to enable Steam inputs every single time I start a new game. I was able to play a game yesterday without Steam inputs enabled, but that was a newer game, so I don't know. Yeah, but he's crafty and sneaky as a thief. You know, he weasels his way out of trouble. His superpower is luck, basically.
I can pretty much do Miguelo's voice, and it doesn't hurt that bad. In fact, quite a bit not, actually.
We will have order. I give you your new consul. His Imperial Highness Lord.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that bad. It's not like you're not thrusting your voice out. You're just kind of pushing something against your throat. That's it, like your muscle. So it doesn't really. There's no impact.
People of Rabanastre, is it with hatred you look upon your consul?
Yes!
With hatred you look upon the Empire?
Yes!
There was little point in asking.
God, this speech is so
Know
genius.
this, I harbor no idle hopes of frustrating that hatred. Nor shall I ask your fealty. That is the due of your fallen king, and rightly so. King Ramanas loved his people.
He's quite the orator.
His was a rule worthy of your devotion. Even now, he remains among you, protecting you. His ardor for the peace and weal of Dalmasca falters not. I would ask only that you do your king honor. Together let us embrace the peace His Majesty would surely desire. 2 years now divide us from war's bitter end, yet still its shadow looms over all, stifling the infant peace a pall only you may cast off. Achieve but this one thing, and your hatred of me and of the Empire will grieve me not. I will stand fast. I will endure your hatred, suffer your slings and arrows. I will defend Dalmasca. Here I will pay my debt. I swear it now. Though King Ramanas and Lady Ash be gone, they stand ever at the side of their people. In honoring peace, you do honor to their memory and to Dalmasca. What I ask plain. My hopes now rest with you.
Nothing so far. I think the tech issues and disconnects were likely due to me fiddling with the cords and cables. and it just kind of was, you know how things are when you start unplugging things when you're running software, it can just kind of lock up.
It is magnificent. Take this cathedral, for instance. Elegant, yet whimsical in its execution. A stunning example of Galtean architecture. I hope Lord Gramus might one day look upon it himself.
The patron of this evening's banquet, may it please your excellency.
I am Miguelo, your highness.
Oh, nice.
It is
No name.
truly a profound honor to make the acquaintance of our the future emperor, highness. The people of Rabanasta join me in welcoming you.
That's enough of highness. Though indeed I am our emperor's son, I am no prince. Arcadia's emperor is freely chosen by her people.
You know, a democratic emperor is not
I meant no disrespect.
Like, it's still authoritarian if it's an emperor, you know what I mean?
I would not have
Like, just because you
Lord
elect who has complete and utter control over you does not make it any less bad.
Why don't you call me Vane?
A bit of an oxymoron, yeah.
I could not. That would not be right.
You are overly fond of formalities. I've just the remedy for that. Tonight you will join me, and we shall drink until you call me by name.
How can he stand to bow to him like that?
Fawn, you just do not get it, do you? He's not doing it because he wants to.
Lord Vane never did.
You know what would happen if he didn't.
I know, it's just...
So, what would you do different?
I don't know. Well... I'd do something.
Vaughn. Vaughn, you haven't heard a single word I've said, have you?
Whimsical and its execution sounds like a
This place has
diss.
changed so
No,
much.
whimsical
It's like
doesn't
it's not even
mean
Rabanastra
that
anymore.
you made it
Like
on
the
a
Empire
whim.
is swallowing
Whimsical
it
just
whole.
means playful, a little bit more, just flamboyant might be a good example of a synonym there. You
think they'll
know,
let us in?
where it's just because
Are you
like if you
crazy?
saw
It's in the
the
palace,
architecture,
and we don't have
Vane
an
is actually
invitation
right
if you
in his
hadn't
analysis of it. It's elegant yet whimsical. It has this sort of
So, how are we getting
playfulness
in?
to it,
As if
with a
I'd
lot
know.
of
Why not ask
kind of
Miguelo
things
to get you
going
in?
all over the place,
Or go
yet
see
it's
old
still
Dowling in
elegant,
Lowtown.
and
Why the sudden
it's
interest,
exactly it.
Vaughn?
You know.
I told you, I'm going to take back what's ours. Give back to Dalmasca. Come on, what do you think? If I find something, and it fetches a good price, how about I buy you all dinner?
Oh, please. You know as well as I do the first thing you'd buy is an airship. All hail Vaughn, sky part of Dalmasca. It's got a nice ring to it. Stay out of trouble.
An airship. I don't know. Maybe.
Right, childish or
Not through Miguel.
infantile would definitely, that's a great, yes.
Time to pay old Dallin a visit.
Absolutely, Lady Lore, I agree with that one. Oh, thank you. The only the only rearranged track for the rearranged OST I don't like is where I like the old one more is this one. This one feels a little grating for the rearranged, but everything else is better, I think. What's up,
If it isn't
bitch?
Von Ratsbane,
Don just comes and he's like, yo, what's up, Rabbit? Fucking, what's going on?
By the east gate.
What? You already heard
What did
about
you just
that?
call me?
Wise I may not be, but well informed I am.
They'll get what's coming to them someday, believe me. But that's not why I'm here.
Do tell.
Oh, that's
I wanna know how
why.
to
You're
sneak
from
into the
Jersey.
palace.
Okay, now it's
You
making
gotta
so
have
much
some
more
great
sense.
stuff in there. Thought I'd partake.
Not one to mince words, are you, boy? The Empire protects all that's hers, and that means the palace and all the treasures inside.
That's why I'm gonna do it.
By your own admission,
To take
Motzi.
back what's ours.
So, our champion of the sewers aspires to noble action. Admirable. Perhaps I can help you. Ah, now that I think on it, there was a rumor. Yes, a secret passageway into the palace walls. A door and a magic stone that opens the way.
That's it. This is exactly why I came to talk to you first, Alan. So, where's this, magic stone?
Up your ass!
Actually,
it's in the.
I can remember where
He's a
I've
plane.
tucked it
Sorry.
away.
Yeah, you really need a Zodiac Spear guide. Hell, treasure guide in general is invaluable for this game. You know, I wonder if it would be worth going to Nalbana now to get the stone, the charging thing, or this. Get some levels. Ah, fuck it. I don't care. Oh, all right. Gotta check my license board really quick. Oh, right. You don't start with one. Shit. Not sure where what I want to do with Vaughn and what jobs I want in general. Honestly, I feel like if I'm going to go certain jobs, I should do something off on the other characters. Like putting Van as a machinist is not a terrible idea, but I would rather Balthier or Bosch go there. Maybe Balthier will take his down the machinist board. Although I've heard he's kind of bad with guns because of his animation speed. That might have been Fran with bows. Anyway. Right, Dark is great. Deco, oh yeah, the red battle mage is awesome, but they do get arrow as well. Okay, so who am I making my red battle mage? Probably Pinello and Fran both, or maybe Ash and Pinello. And then make Fran a white mage, and I'll just have all casters going out first. I think for Vaughn, though, I feel like he should... probably go like Monk. Let's do that for now. I always go Team Fab, yeah, absolutely. Alright, so he already has one license. Actually, okay, for the sake of like being completely honest, Even though he doesn't actually have 2 learned licenses on this board, he has 2 licenses. So I'm gonna mark him as 2, because he has 2. There's only the 1 in this board. That's all. I want to say, I don't remember if monks get the unarmed damage just for being a monk. No, at the end of the, so this is the Final Fantasy Fiesta. It's a race through the entire Final Fantasy main numbered entry franchise. Unless it's explicitly stated that we have to do that as part of one of the bonus goals for the game, no, because it's a race, we're going to complete it as soon as possible. However, we're not allowed to run away from encounters, so I mean, we're definitely going to be fighting a lot and preparing a lot. But it just means that, you know, bonus content, optional in-game stuff is not going to be done unless, you know, it's explicitly stated.
Yeah. Right. Ha. Yeah.
Might want to get another level with Fawn before I get Penelo. I don't have 2. How much do I get here?
Ha. Yeah. Ha.
No. We're fine. We'll be fine. The bonus goal is to get 2 optional espers. The actual incentive is the number of licenses can only equal 2 times our character level. We need to talk to her. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, we just have to get any 2 optional espers, not the required espers. So
I could
like,
ask you the same, though the answer is pretty clear.
Fafnir
No
doesn't
good.
count, you know?
What? I'm being good.
Hashmail does not count.
Is
Matthias
that
does not
right?
count.
So then you wouldn't mind if I, say, tagged along, would you?
Huh?
Oh, don't worry. Magello's
You
busy
always
with
count, Motzi.
preparations for the fade up at the palace. Why, I'm free for the whole day.
Was it last year that we did Yasmat? Yeah, last year,
let's get
Dragikius, whatever. We did Order of Ambrosia, so we did all of the Final Fantasy 12 optional stuff, pretty much. So last year we actually did Order of Ambrosia. Woo, didn't get in combat. Let's go. Ah! Damn it. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're all coming. Oh, that's not good. Why are they all coming? It was a party. What the hell? Wait, this isn't the right path anyway, right? I need to go down there. Oh no, not my chain. What's up, Soft Pink? You say soft pinks, but what about not soft pinks? Is that okay? You have that controller too? More pink controllers. Yeah. I mean, I'd be surprised if Matsu didn't have the controller already. I think I wanted to go back. Let me check the map again. Yeah, I want to go back first and then come this way. You don't? Oh, well, I wouldn't either if it wasn't for my wife. She got it for me as a birthday or Christmas. I think it's birthday present. Oh, that's bad RNG. Not a big fan of gold, personally. I find gold to be, on my own personal tastes, to be gaudy, personally. Like, everybody's got their own preferences, obviously. Or maybe it's just like too gaudy for me specifically.
Yeah.
I prefer silvers and platinums. If we're going like a jewelry tone, a metallic tone, you know? Metallic pink is pretty good stuff. Of course, pink in general is just a highly underrated color, I think. Oh wow, nice, there we go. We might actually get it in 3. Even then, I don't believe like the whole gold. I'm pretty sure the whole gold-plated cabling is a load of malarkey, just in order to charge you excessive pricing for cables. But gold in electronics does work, absolutely, because it is an excellent conductor of electricity. Not really, but thank you, I think. But yeah, if you ever see cables with like, you know, oxidized lines and gold cable inlaid pattern, blah, 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 bullshit. It's all bullshit. Just get regular cables, especially when it comes to digital. Like you want shielded, you know, you want insulated cables. For analog cables. For analog cabling, you want insulated. That's about it. And then of course, you know, a certain bandwidth for HDMI cables, especially with newer stuff. And that's all. Which those are like $5 for an HDMI cable, you know, 16 feet long or some shit, you know what I mean? Don't buy into the whole cable cost garbage. Still don't have enough for anything, huh? Oh, I need dark. That's more important than anything else. I just don't have enough for the pole. That's fine.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that, VG? What do you mean by that? What do you mean good luck? Good luck with what? What do you mean? What's up, DJ? I mean, I used to buy into that whole monster cable garbage back in the day too, but that was like 20 years ago plus, you know, and then I learned better.
Hey, Vaughn.
Hmm?
It's been a long time since we did anything together. Too long. I had a really good time. Well, I should probably be getting back to the store. Actually, I
Nowadays with
supposed to
4K,
be
you do
watching
need
a
to
place
upgrade
for
your
Nadella.
HDMI cables to like a higher bandwidth or whatever, but
Vaughn,
like it's still the
try to
same
stay
low
out of
price,
trouble.
you know?
For me, I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here. If something happened to you.
I'm
Like a
not going
15-year-old
anywhere,
HDMI
okay?
cable won't work
That's
with.
what I wanted to hear. See you later.
Won't work super well with a lot of today's stuff, but yeah, again, it's not expensive to replace that. It should be very cheap.
Sorry, Pinello.
But I always said I always recommend going to a website called Monoprice for cabling.
Now you'll be wanting to know how to sneak into the palace, eh? First you go to Storehouse 5.
You know
the one.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
2 doors
BRB.
she has. Now the right takes Van Ratsbane to his territorial hunting grounds in the sewer bottom. But that's not the way you'll go. No, you'll take the left door, down into the Garum Scythe waterway. The waterway leads to a stair. The stair to the palace cellars. That's your way in. But don't go counting your gil just yet, my boy. Getting into the palace was the easy part. The way into the treasury is carefully hidden. That's where this crescent stone comes in. The magics it bears can open the hidden door to the treasury, you see. Listen, Von, for the words I shall speak are most important, and not to be forgotten. Do you understand? The signet yearns for sunstone strength to light the clouded way. Once in the palace, you'll find the signet tile. Very important. Give to it the sun's power, and it will light your path.
I missed the,
Very well. Oh, a warning. Be aware
missed
that
the
if
chair
you're caught,
handle.
you'll spend the rest of your short life rotting in the Nalbina dungeons. So, look sharp, my boy. And don't go running off before you're ready. Plans freshly hatched have a habit of tumbling from the nest straight into the hunter's stew pot.
You just want shielded cabling in general, but that's not a cost thing, you know? That's just like having a good quality cable. That's it.
Squads 3 through 6 are in place. They stand ready. So far, the Imperials haven't noticed a thing.
Then go now and hurry the others. By nightfall, we must ensure all our men are in place.
Sir. Sir.
See, it's not even the shielded cable. The shielded cables is a good thing. It's the gold-plated, oxidized cabling bullshit. You know, that's the really dumb shit right there. I think it's faster if I go through here. Shielded cabling just means that it's just thick enough with proper material that outside influence doesn't affect the signal. That's it. That's all that is. It's especially important on analog cabling. Analog cabling's like composite, coaxial, old stuff. Digital cabling's HDMI. It's not as important, but I would say it's still worth getting. I wanted to go to Clan Centrino. Oh, apparently I have to go this way to go to the clan. Okay. Oh yeah? Gotta protect from those 5G, you know, whatever. 5G is gonna turn us into lizard people, obviously. But yeah, I want to go to Clan Centrino because, well, first off, you get a couple things, but mostly it's just so... Ah, damn it. I thought it was active once you do the tomato. Well, shit. Okay, back around then. All right, to the sewers. Let's go. I want to say there is a pole in this dungeon anyway, so not being able to afford the one is not a big deal. Assuming I get the right treasure anyway. Hey, you know, I mean, most RPGs have a sewer level, but most RPGs also have a volcano level or a, you know, castle level or something. You know, sewer makes sense in the right circumstances as a way of sneaking through to get to somewhere where you're not supposed to be, you know? So as long as it's done right, the trope of a sewer level in an RPG, it's fine. It never really bothered me. Although, I will say that if it's just sewer for the sake of sewer, then it's dumb. You know, like, what do you call it? What was it? Trails in the Sky, first chapter. It's arbitrary. You know, it's like, oh yeah, someone's lost in the sewer, better go get them. You know, it's generic. There's not a reason for it. There's a reason for this one. Darn. I don't think I've ever gotten a broadsword there. Else I would have made him a knight. Okay, let's not get the rare spawn. Fingers crossed, no rare spawn. I think we're good. I think we're in the clear. If a line is drawn to the character, that means you're in combat with them. Pretty clear stuff. A red line specifically is drawn to the character whenever they engage in combat or are in combat with something. Once that line is drawn, you're in combat. If I pull on my weapon, like I'm queued to attack, but the enemy is not in combat with me, that's not the same as being in combat. I want to say there's a treasure at the end of this hall that ends up being worth it sometimes, but I can never remember. I'm gonna get it anyway, just cause. I was gonna say, honestly, I want to get a level anyway before we go to the next part, so that works out. Okay, actually, Remedy is a good get. Remedy, in general, for this game, status effects are quite prominent, so very useful. All right, we didn't get the rare spawn. It's one of those fishies, but it's aggro. It's got a red bar, which means it aggro's on proximity. And he's a bit of a pain on top of that, especially if you haven't done any kind of leveling or anything. Take it easy, feel the cord. All right, first dungeon down. Moving on. Now at this point we'll have characters, so with Fran, I'll probably take her into Red Battle Mage for Dark and Arrow. Arrow especially will be very important later on. No, every license counts. Every license counts. You don't just get to not count one just because they started with one. Every license counts. The rule says total licenses equals 2 times character level. It doesn't say except for the ones that they start with. He starts with 3? All right, because he starts with steel, doesn't he? Hey, bud. Okay, yep, just make yourself up there. No, attack is not a license in this game. Nor neither is use item. Steal is a license. Actually, I'm not even convinced he starts with 3. Oh, essentials. Yeah, I never even realized that was a license. Wow, I've never seen that license before. Okay, so he starts with essentials, then he starts with steel, and then he starts with light armor, and then what's the other one? The dagger, right? I can't believe I never noticed that starting license of attack and items. That's so weird. How many times have I played this game and just never even noticed that that's actually a license? I mean, everybody starts with it, so whatever, but you know, it's easy to never think about it, but it's just, it's awkward in a way. Hey, bud. Okay, bye, bud. That sure does count. Hey, Buckethead. That's my pet name for my wife. Hey, Buckethead. We haven't really gotten there, Blizzard. We just started.
Over here!
It's on a per character basis. One second, I need to send Seven a message to make sure we're on the same page with this. I think I could draw this one.
Hey, Buckethead! Over here!
I'm Bosch Von Buckethead! I like how the lion looks like a Coero with the inflated back end of the head. I think I screwed up. No, wait, hold on a second. I think, I could pull them down.
Hey, Buckethead!
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, Chucklefuck! Can't remember if it's this one or the next one over, but I want to say it's the top one. We'll take a peek over here just in case. Okay.
Over here!
Oftentimes, I do in fact think I have messed up, and then I have not. True, most of the times when things are bad, it's because of RNG and it has nothing to do with what I've done. Isn't there a switch here too? I thought there was both. Oh well. I'm just vocal about my potential failings, that's all. You know. Gotta let everybody know ahead of time. Vaughn, do not add your own special flavor to the vault. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. Oh, he's sifting through things. Never mind. Okay.
Huh? Oh.
Quite a performance.
Who are you?
I play the leading man. Who else?
But that's me.
Fran, the Magicite.
Hey, you get a buddy.
Now then, I'll take that.
No, you won't. I found it. It's mine.
And then when I take it from you, it'll be mine.
Come on.
Exit stage right.
Make up your mind, buddy.
The gods do not smile on us.
I like it better that way.
Yeah, that one's a little bit of a rough one for people that aren't prepared or forget, because you're just like, why? I can't tell you how many times I've watched people play FF10 blind and just gotten to that point and be like, but why? But why? And to be perfectly clear, I mean, I would like if I were playing that game for the first time today, I would be mad at that mechanic. I'd be like, that's really dumb. But because I know the mechanic itself, I'd be like, oh, it's good because I understand how to get around it, you know? But like from a first time perspective, you're just gonna feel like you got AoE death and like that's that.
What's going on?
You're freed, eh? That's quite an entrance. Impeccable timing. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were waiting all along.
You're not just waiting for an insurgent attack to be ready and quell it and be done with it, but also neat little thing here that I never realized until about like probably the 10th or 20th time I played this game. The reason the bike starts to fail, there's a specific reason for it.
Damn!
All this way!
Fran, let's move!
Off with you.
The bike works, like I always thought it was because of the weight limit, but it's not.
Keep this up and I will. What's going on, Fran?
I don't know. It's not heating me.
Don't have time for this.
I'm slipping.
Not good.
Yep, it's the stone, which absorbs magic. And a lot of the tech or crafts in this game are based off of magic.
Our hammer didn't just drop. It disappeared.
Ah, forget it.
Yeah, they
Even
kind
if
of
we could
hint
fly,
at it
the
there.
Ifrit's playing with fire, and I'd rather not get burned. We'll go the old-fashioned way. Not many Viera where you come from, thief?
No, just staring at her boobs. I mean, it's Vaughn.
Sorry.
Well, Fran is special in that she deigned to partner with a Hume.
Oh? Like a sky pirate that chooses to steal through the sewers.
Pirates? You're sky pirates?
Suddenly I
You
want to
have
be
an
your
airship?
friends.
Both here. Listen, thief, Vaughn, if you ever want to see your home again, you'll do exactly as I say. Myself, Fran, and you, we're working together now. Understood?
Don't even think you're getting this.
The thought never crossed my mind.
Oh, wait, we gotta get the tutorial before we can actually set up anything. Alright, so the reason I'm going to take Balthier towards Machinist route is because Balthier has terrible stats. And I also won't be using him very much. So if I give him Machinist and I need to pop him in and I got a gun on him, he'll just do damage and that's fine. Granted, if I pop somebody in, it's usually going to be because I need to recover my primary team. But I think it's a good choice for Balthier. I can't remember if his animation speed is the bad one for guns or not, but it doesn't matter, you know? I know Franz is bad with bows. I'll take her down Bushi and probably White Mage like I normally do, but it really depends. Actually, I might have to go someone else for that because I want to go Red Battle Mage on her right now for Dark. I can always respec. So. Alright, so let's check the licenses. I don't know how many licenses Balthier starts with, but I know it's at least 2 because it's the gun and then the starting one, and then Fran starts with white magic and the starting one. Oh, looks like she starts with fire as well. And a remedy lord? Boy, I'm gonna have to get a list of the ones that they started with. She starts with light armor 1. And she also starts with steel? That can't be right. You know what? Let's actually get I'm gonna have to Google this now. Nope, that's not what I want. Damn. If somebody else can give me the information, that'd be good. I can't sit here and research this right now. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so Fran has 4 starting licenses. Balthier has steel as well. Steel, armor, gun, essential. So maybe everybody has 4 starting licenses? That might be it, actually. Might just be that everybody starts with 4. Well, what level are they? They are 5, 5, and 4, so I can have up to 10. I'm not gonna spend anything until I'm ready. Alright. You, on the other hand, I want to say red battle mage, right? Or was it time battle mage? I think it's red. Dark. Arrow. They have Kira and Raze, too. Does she start with dark, or is that just because I have dark? Okay. That's 5.
Insurgents. Most like they thought to take advantage of a lax watch at the palace while the fate's on, to feed the good consul a length of steel for his supper. I should think Vane used to such hospitality. Clever. He used himself as the bait to draw them near, and then sent in the air brigade. A fine, bloody banquet. I dare say I've soiled my cuffs. If a dungeon's waiting for us at the end of the night, it had best have a change of wardrobe.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit up the save point just in case any of those licenses mess with my MP. Okay, let's go. It's gonna be very interesting mapping out where I want to go with this incentive, because I can already tell right now that the level issue is actually, the level thing is actually going to be a limiting factor more than I expected, so that's good. We wanted it to be a limiting factor. We wanted it, like, we weren't quite sure how to limit the amount of licenses that we were able to use, and I think this might be a good one. We'll see how it ends up being, but I'm pretty confident.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think in that regard, the whole theme of the unsung hero will sort of be kind of making sure that we get the important licenses and, you know, kind of giving a little bit more visibility to what's important and what's, you know, flippant or excessive. You know what I mean? Resetting the board does not clear their initial licenses. Okay, good to know. I find it slightly weird that Dark is something that super effective against bats who are, well, they don't exactly see the greatest. As far as I understand it, bats are not actually blind. So I'm choosing to control Fran over everybody else because as you walk, you get MP regeneration. You have to walk in order to get regen though. And the AI is really bad at doing that. They'll just stand there. So if I control my casters, I'll end up having a better MP pool. Oh, I do have cure. No matter what, I forgot about that. Nice AoE on that, actually. That's why I got Dark, because of the AoE. Specifically, that's why I picked up Dark. It's because it's AoE. Oh, what? I thought this connected. Oh well. I mean, treasure, right? So, ether good. Let's see. Pinello's probably gonna go red battle mage as well. Maybe I'll make her red battle mage, white mage. That actually might be better to cover my like primary healer kind of thing, and she'll still get some good attack spells. I think I'll still make Fran a Bushi though, because she's great with a katana. And as a primary spellcaster, she'll want something as a backup to do damage when she's out of MP. And katanas scale with magic instead of attack power or strength or whatever, so she'd actually hit pretty hard. And then Ash is always going to be my knight. Ash will be knight and maybe time battle mage actually, because then I would get haste and a couple other really nice support spells.
Hurry!
I don't want Ash to be the one that places decoy on herself, because decoy's success rate is based off of magic power.
She's not alone.
Our ranks grow by the hour.
As do
And
our problems.
troubles with them.
And this is why you want AoE, fights like this, that'll just get completely cleaned up. And donezo. Boom. Easy peasy mushroom squeezy, no worries about nothing. Just a couple darks and you're done.
You all right?
Thank you.
I'm Vaughn, and this is Balthier, and
Yeah, we wanted to limit it, but we weren't quite sure how.
What's your name?
And I think that was a good compromise.
Amalia.
Without taking away the license board, but not just
Amalia,
letting
huh?
us go hand with
Nice
it,
to
you know?
meet you.
There were others with me. I'm sorry. No.
Huh?
Oh, now isn't that impressive?
Don't get any ideas. I said it's mine.
I'm afraid the jury's still out on that one.
You stole that?
How would you know I stole it? Yeah!
We're finished. When the guards don't report in, they'll come looking for us.
If they aren't already.
You should come with us. Better than being by yourself.
You know, to be fair, and I've thought
Very
about this a
well.
lot about Van's character. Van may be a little bit of an idiot, but like that's a believable writing
You have a lot
for
to
that
learn
character,
before we even
you
get
know?
started on your thievery.
And over time he kind of grows, and the connection that he starts to build with Ash is actually pretty meaningful and ends up being a lot better than I think people give credit for. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the time teenagers are just like
The
master
situation
warriors and
requires I accept
geniuses,
such help as I find,
you know,
though it
and
be from
it's
thieves.
so, it's not very
I shall
believable,
accompany you until
know?
we find my companions. No longer.
Let's think of her as a guest then. Unlike Fran or myself, our guest probably won't be taking orders from anyone anytime soon, and she'll leave when she pleases. So we keep to our affairs and she to hers. I doubt we'll find her wanting in valor, being such an upstanding member of the insurgents.
Resistance. Well, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, that's basically what Titus is. I mean, and they don't have to be an idiot necessarily. You know, Titus is not an idiot, and yet they use him as a way to explain the world just fine. But basically, it's not necessarily an idiot, but somebody that's ignorant to the greater world around them. And Vaughn fits the bill a little bit, but Titus especially, since he's like an alien in a new world, you know? But yeah, the reasoning is as we say, to explain to the character, which in turn explains it to the player without taking the immersion out of the storytelling. Absolutely, Jim. I feel the same way. Like, it's like the more I play it, the more I realize how really well written Van is and how much he belongs. I used to think that, like, as soon as you got Penelo back, Vaughn's presence in the story was irrelevant, and it's really not, because he has nowhere else to go, and he has these people that are accepting of him, and he's willing to fight for them in order to get what he wants, which is to be, you know, out of Dalmasca to do it, you know, to do his adventuring, to see the world, to do something more than just sitting there being a thief, you know? And so he has a reasoning and he has an agenda, but it's also a little altruistic as well. It's definitely up there in the most underrated Final Fantasy games, yeah. However, every single Final Fantasy main numbered entry has been wildly successful. In fact, the least successful Final Fantasy of all the main numbered entries is 9. And yet, everybody talks good about that one. So yeah, I mean, an underrated Final Fantasy game is basically wildly successful, yet gets some, you know, some negativity towards it. That's what unsuccessful is, or sorry, underrated is for a Final Fantasy game. It's still wildly successful, but some people talk shit about it. Hey, Professor, 74 months. Thank you very, very much. And we're gonna back out since we don't really have a lot of healing and item cleansing items. We're gonna hit the save point again to get a restore since it's just right around the corner. And we'll save it. Whoops, why did I attack? That beginning of the game where you're used to not having gambits, then you have gambits. Oh, they might heal from dark.
Yeah.
Hello? Thank you. There we go. It didn't hit that other gremlin. Surprising. Figured they'd be close enough to hit the AoE. But yeah, this game is absolutely amazing. However, like every Final Fantasy, you're gonna get a different experience with each one. And I could definitely understand why people wouldn't vibe with this one as much as others, simply because it's a lot more strategic. It's more about like a setup and then, you know, execute rather than just go into battle and hit thing until dead kind of thing, you know? It's less of a typical RPG and more of something unique than any other Final Fantasy prior to it, that's for sure. Most of the Final Fantasies are all unique in their own way, but they do kind of follow a typical formula of, you know, the general turn-based format. And FF12 takes it in a much different direction than any of the other prior games. And then FF13 takes that and goes even further, of course, which can be a little polarizing to some folk, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very good system. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because no game has ever emulated FF12's system since its release that I can think of. Although I will say Unicorn Overlord actually does it a little bit. There is a sort of a Gambit type system in Unicorn Overlord. And it's ironic because people praise it, you know? And it's like the same thing you chastise FF12 about, you praise about Unicorn Overlord. Okay. I enjoyed Unicorn Overlord. It's a bit generic from a storytelling perspective. Content can be a little repetitive, but the game and the systems are sound, and it's worth looking into if you're looking for a strategy game. Yeah, the more people talk about Final Fantasy 11, because it's one I never played really, the more I realize just how much this was basically offline FF11. Spin, 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 spin to win. Whee! Balthier, do you mind staying in the water? Thank you. Oh, no more dark cast. Until I get 8 MP. Frickin' Amalia, you idiot, ran right into the land right before everything went off. It's just a spirit, like a phantasm, you know? Why is it okay for any other spirit to exist in here, but not this one, you know? That was a little sketchy. I thought I had killed it on that second firestorm.
Stand where you are.
No, you stand where you are.
Now's not the time.
They think me some common thief.
Better than a common assassin.
These people have done nothing. Release them.
What are you doing?
Don't interrupt me. I'm thinking.
Wait!
Where'd
He
you
didn't
think
know what he
you
was
were going?
doing. You have to let him go. You have to.
Pinello! Sorry. That dinner will have to wait.
I told you.
That's enough!
Donk.
Leave him alone!
Hold on to this for me, would you? Just until I bring Vaughn back.
On your feet, you, over here.
All right. Edgy, aren't we?
It's Balthier, my brother. What does that philanderer think he's doing? I was to kill Balthier, not those addle-pated Imperials.
Hey, Swordno, thank you for 86 months. That's a long time. Thank you. I missed that. Must have been during the boss fight. 11 and 12 really were turning points, but Final Fantasy has always strived to do something different, to sort of be ahead of the curve on game design, you know, introducing new and unique concepts. If you think about it, like ATB is one of the most loved mechanics of Final Fantasy, and there's only really a couple games that have copied it since, and that's like Grandia a little bit, and then
how pretty they were.
Child of Light, which basically copied Grandia, to be fair, but still.
Did you? Were you really a part of it?
But it's also really important to note that the PS2 was also a huge step in technology, and that's what let them do things like, you know, make that bigger turning point. Games like Secret of Mana and Chrono Trigger were essentially tests to see whether or not they could do a certain thing in their Final Fantasy game. You know, okay, let's do an action RPG to see if we can actually get there in our Final Fantasy game, and it just wasn't quite there yet, right? And that's why they waited until PS4 essentially to make it really full-on action, because they wanted to make sure that their action, you know, their transition from turn-based to action was not only progressive, but when they got to action, they wanted it to snap, you know? They wanted it to be really impactful. Favorite non-Square Enix RPG? It's gotta be Xenoblades, of course. For me anyway, more than likely. I mean, there's a lot out there, but it's got to be the Xenoblades. Wealthier starts with 5.
You're awake.
Where are we?
What about
Prison.
the others?
Where else?
What about Bosch
dungeon,
and
but it's really all
Pinello
the same.
and Ash? Oh, okay. Oh, you're playing the game. Gotcha. Cool. Thank you. I played Xenosaga? Yeah. Xenosaga is...
Relax, it's just a corpse.
It's okay.
Jump at every little thing down here and you'll wear yourself out.
It's very rough around the edges. I appreciate...
they just sealed off the bottom level of the fortress.
I appreciate their attempt,
Take a look
but
around.
it was a bit of a swing
Not
and a
the
miss for
first
me.
they've thrown down here.
Where's Fran?
She's off trying to find us a way out.
Obsidian, what's up?
Remember what curiosity killed? Just a friendly word of advice.
I'm not a cat.
This is all the water we've got. I'd save your strength if I were you.
I looked too, and I was not going to sit there for half an hour hunting for it either, so I appreciate you going through and finding it for us. No, it's kind of a question that nobody wants answered, or nobody has asked, rather. So, you know, like, how are you going to get the answer? How are you going to know that one, you know? Who the hell wants to have that question answered except for us wackos with our weird specific incentive challenges, right? Interesting, Sylvia. I always love hearing the full version of those quotes, kind of like how the customer is always right. It's always, the customer's always right in matters of personal taste. So if they want to wear a weird multicolored hat that looks ugly, they can do that. You always tell them, wow, it looks great on you, and you just leave it at that. The customer's always right is like the dumbest thing, because the customer is very, 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 very regularly wrong, because you are, you know, you're the visitor and they're the professional. And you know, like having worked in retail, it's like, I'm sorry, I know about all this and you do not. You are not right. You are wrong. Fuck you.
No, don't!
Yeah. It's especially bad for retail workers because they get treated like shit because of it. Bunch of Karens out there with the whole customer's always right bullshit.
You deserve
Bonk. Oh, I forgot to give magic to one of them. Damn it. Ah, shit. I usually make a Balthier Black Mage for fire, since you start with fire in this game, and it really helps with this fight, and I totally forgot about that.
Something stinks in here, all right? I've changed my mind. This is no dungeon, it's a sty. I said you're the one that stinks, Hamshanks. Hear me now? You all right, Vaughn?
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that one, because my mom always said that. Oh, blood is thicker than water kind of thing, you know? Meaning I should, you know, respect my family more than my friends. And it's literally the opposite. Not that you shouldn't respect your family, just that your chosen bonds are more important than your given ones. And I agree. You know, I always say you choose your family. That's kind of how I say it. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to punch these assholes to death. Which kind of sucks because, well, you know, you can see it's not exactly the best. Also, that one has auto protect, which makes it a little annoying to deal with. Well, the Knot of Rust is really... we're out. Whatever. I think it's implying that because they're like pig type people, you know, and Ham is from pigs.
Great. They just don't give up, do they? Now is looking like a good time for us to leave.
Through the oubliette, there's a way out. Only
you sense the mist. Then we'll need weapons.
What did you call me? Say that again.
What? You couldn't hear? I merely said that a lot of you are incompetent fools. If you've the Sky Pirate in your hands, where is he?
You'd have done better, Bagamnon. By your own words, it was the Imperial Army who caught this Sky Pirate of yours. We've done your job for you. We don't require the assistance of filthy headhunters. The Empire will restore order here.
Eh? What's that you say now? Maybe I'll wet my blade on you before I kill Balthier.
That's enough, Bagamnon.
Bum 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 bum. I mean, what?
a judge.
Judge?
the self-proclaimed guardians of law and order in Arcadia. They're the elite guard of House Solidor, which effectively makes them the commanders of the Imperial Army. If you ask me, they're more executioners than judges. Not a friendly lot, at any rate. What are they doing here?
I feel like I'm getting some audio desync.
The Emperor is willing to overlook race for his more talented servants. Cool. However, those that do not show
Thank you, Joey, for the 123 bits.
One in kind.
Your Honor.
You travel freely through our lands because the Emperor wills it. Am I correct?
No, no desync.
Where is the captain?
We have him in solitary, Your Honor. We're ready to begin our interrogation.
This does not concern you, bounty hunter.
He's in here somewhere. Find him.
Bludgy, that way.
He's going this way.
What's that?
Time for the hare to follow the fox.
Huh?
The magics binding the door to the oubliette are quite strong. Too strong even for my talents.
That's why we'll get them to open it for us.
How is going deeper into this
What's
place?
wrong? You don't trust her. Fiera's noses are sharp. If she says there's a way out, there's a way out.
Love the subtle expression from Fran there.
Look.
Ah, the prison repository of wrested relics and raiments.
So our things are in here?
That's what I said.
That's what I said.
Oh, well, you better get on that, Renton. Alright, we got our shit back. Probably won't spec into any of those licenses if I can avoid it. I'll have to be very careful about what accessories I spec into. So I'll wait until I have something like the Firefly or something before I actually go. When was it the Firefly? What's the XP one? Gold amulet? I forget. Whatever. I think the Firefly is the level 1 thing. I don't remember. I guess that actually doesn't exist in this game since you can just do a new game minus playthrough on your own. Thank you, Dancel, for the nice rhyme, and thank you for the 333 bids.
There are more turnkeys than cut purses down here. I've had my fill of chains.
Oh yeah, pit to forget. I gotcha. Interesting. I actually didn't know what oubliette meant. Are you? Hello? Why are you not targeting? Do you not have... Okay, whatever. There's something up here. No. Okay. Yeah, they wanted to make her look real tall. I do remember going up this high passage that was worth it for something, and I can't remember what it was. Maybe it's this. Silken shirt's not terrible, I suppose. I mean, it was obviously a prison for sure, Sylvia, but what exactly the kind of prison it was, it's interesting to know. What's up, Wells? How's it going? Mm-hmm. I've always said the writers of Final Fantasy 12, at least specifically the localizers anyway, had an immaculate control over the English language, because the writing in this game it's both flowery but like contained in a way that feels native. You know, it doesn't feel like they're it doesn't feel like they just picked up a thesaurus and started skimming through it. You know, it feels like they had the knowledge and put it to paper, you know?
Less than a shadow, less than a man. Sentenced to death, and yet you live? Why?
To silence Hondor. How many times must I say it?
Is that all?
Why not ask Vayne himself? Is he not one of your masters?
We've caught a leader of the insurgents. She's being brought from Rabanasta, the woman Amalia. Who could that be? Such a faithful hound to cling so to a fallen kingdom.
Better than throwing it away.
Throwing it away, as you threw away our homeland?
Oh man, you must be exhausted.
This the place?
The mist is flowing through this room. It must be going somewhere.
You know Imperials. Please, you must get me out.
It's against my policy to speak with the dead, especially when they happen to be Kingslayers.
I did not kill him.
Is
Good
that
to
so?
know.
Huh. Glad to hear it.
Please, get me out. For the sake of Dalmasca.
Dalmasca? What do you care about Dalmasca? Everything that's happened is because of you! Everyone that's died, every single one. Even my brother. You killed my brother!
Quiet. The guards will hear.
I'm dropping it.
Pirates without a sky.
I love how casually he just jumps on that.
Spare us your quiddities.
Yeah, but he's
a traitor, I know. Stay here and fight if you want. If you can walk, let's go.
You're taking him with us?
We could use another sword arm.
Durian, what's up, dude? The highest of nerds.
And you have it.
Hell yeah, Redorculus! Hell yeah. Love to hear it. Yeah, people get so polarized by this, by the concept of this game because of what they hear online if they haven't played it yet. And I assure you, this game is fantastic. And y'all should play it if you haven't already. And also, Redorculus, thank you for 5 sub gives. Thank you very, very much. Hell yeah. But yes, I assure you, the negativity you hear about this game online is simply a vocal minority. You know, people have their opinions, and absolutely, you know, some people just might not like it, and that's absolutely fine. But There's more negativity towards this game than it is deserving. That being said, it was still a wildly successful game, just like all the other Final Fantasies, but you do hear more negativity towards this game. Oh, lovely. Dental work. How fun. Alright, this is where Dark is going to be less effective, and I hope he has a different spell, because there's going to be some undead. Although, I don't think the undead we have to worry about unless we, let the lights go out, right? Okay, I could do this. So that's 1, 2, 3. That'll give me some accessories that I have access to, and it'll let me get to the next set of gear. We'll hold off on the rest. I mean, we're out of points anyway. Wait, don't I have one of those? Yeah, that's what I found. Sweet. Good. As far as you go... That actually is fine, right? There's one on Van. No, it just reduces the MP to 0. And then I want the Capella on Balthier. Do I even have enough money? I haven't sold yet, so that I should, yeah. License. And that's one more on Balthier. Wait, what was this, Lady Laura? What was the starting licenses on the these three characters again? I want to write it down. Okay, Vaughn 4, Balthier 5. And Fran 6. Okay. Once I have them all, send them to 7 so he knows. Looks like you can already equip this. Ah, shit. I got 2 on accident. Only 30%? Ugh. I'll have to make do, I suppose. Okay, that was a good shopping that we needed to do. Oh, right, now we gotta hit the switch. Bosch 5. Thank you. All right, I shouldn't have to deal with undead until later on. There's like a little segment where there's a couple undead. At that point, I'll just manually attack with her.
One of those?
I should have a staff, right?
Mimics. They disguise themselves as all manner of things, then strike when you're least wary. Some of them have a fondness for energy, I'm told. They gorge themselves on the stuff till there's naught left.
So, what happens then?
Are you a mimic? I don't know. Are you? How would I be able to tell?
And it's worse
if you
in
are.
the dark. Much worse.
Maybe you're fake Motzi.
So,
Maybe you
let them get too
are
close to one
the
of those
pod people.
conduits and they'll suck it dry. But don't worry, it'll give the energy back if you ask nicely. Sticking it with a sword helps too. Clock's ticking.
I don't even have a staff, so it doesn't matter. If I'm level 10, the most licenses I can have is 20. Does that make sense? That includes all licenses, mists, espers, everything.
And a horse wiener!
And a horse wiener, of course, obviously, yes.
A horse wiener? Now, that's dangerous!
Everything, including that as well. Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 1,111 bits. Yes, that is included if the horse wiener license. Honestly, about like everybody is asked what it means. It's totally reasonable to not know exactly what it is, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I came up with the incentive and I had to have it explained to me too. What? That wasn't big enough range to hit the bat as well? No, we've always been able to complete the Final Fantasy Fiesta with every given incentive. That's why we're very cautious about what kind of incentives that we do. You know, there's a lot of suggestions for like absolutely ridiculous, overbearing incentives, and we're always very cautious about how we approach that kind of thing. However, I will say a lot of those kinds of incentives are good, like they may not be good incentives, but they give a lot of good ideas. You know, you deliver a concept in the suggestions, it's still gonna like resonate with us, and we're gonna, you know, try to build something around it. But yeah, we don't just like throw out any super challenge for that reason. Like, it has to be completable within reason. And a lot of times a challenge might not be all that difficult, but just requires a lot of grinding in order to make it reasonable. And we still kind of veer away from that because we don't want too much grinding. Like, obviously we've done things like Penance, which requires an enormous amount of grinding to do, but it's limited, you know, to the singular game where we have our big incentive. Actually, Plainastic, we have done that. We did FF12 where we were not allowed to pick up any treasures whatsoever. Yeah, Final Fantasy 9 all cards is pretty much never gonna happen in the Fiesta, exactly. Unless there comes a time where it's like we've both got a lot of experience with it and we go, yeah, we could do that, you know? That's another thing, yeah, it's a game showcase as well, right? You know, we're showing off the Final Fantasies, we're celebrating them. And if you put too much heavy restriction or limitation, it becomes slightly annoying and less an enjoyable thing. Especially when you consider the race aspect of it, because a lot of the time, those super challenges require a sort of a variable amount of grinding. You know, 7 grinds for 20 hours and I grind for 40 hours, and we both barely do it. Like, suddenly there's no more race anymore, you know? Ash is 6, thank you. Did I plan a build? I mean, not really. I mean, okay, we don't practice the Fiesta, right? Like, we don't sit there and do runs before the real thing. That's cheaty in a way. It's kind of not in the spirit of it. If, like, we happen to be playing the game beforehand and we just happen to be, you know, right before the end of the Fiesta or before the Fiesta starts, like, for instance, Seven's first chance to play Rebirth was right before the Fiesta started. That's not, like, cheaty. That's just him getting a chance to finally play. He didn't want his first play to be in the Fiesta. He wanted to be able to take his time and everything, right? That's completely within reason, but we don't practice our runs, but we do have a lot of knowledge of the games, and so we have an idea of like where we want it to go, what we want it to do, and you know, we'll kind of have a sort of idea, but not really so much as a plan per se. It really depends on our expertise in the game. Like, when it came to Final Fantasy X, I definitely had a plan, but I wasn't even sure if my plan would actually work going into the game. It was a complete crapshoot, you know? So, permissible things are a bit of a risky business. In fact, there's been a lot of permissibles this year that have been, like, giving us a lot of pressure and anxiety, honestly. Making sure that we don't miss them. Like, the bonus goals are particularly a part of that. And, I mean, at the end of the day, hey, we're doing it, right? So we just got to be very, very aware of what we're doing and what that means and when we stop having access to the thing in question. Pinello 5. Thank you. Yes, with Kevin Bacon, correct. Bacon. What's my favorite Kevin Bacon film? I don't know. Tremors, there you go. Hell yeah, Tremors is awesome. I should definitely spec some of this. He's got 6 and he's level 6, so I can do 6 more. Battle harness is 4 away. So let's just do 1. And we're gonna stick with that because the reasoning is that there is a pole in this dungeon. on that tier, and I want to make sure I have the license points to get it. If I don't get the drop on it, which is not guaranteed, then I can spec more HP. I appreciate your work, lady. Thank you very much for taking care of that for us, so we know. That's a huge assistance to us. Oh, great. Oh wow, that rod's doing work on him actually. I'm surprised by the amount of damage the rod did on him. Monks are great. Monks are absolutely fantastic in this game, not gonna lie. The only problem with Monk at all is that they just don't have magic, but their staves are considered long range in this game. So right off the bat, you have that. They have tons of HP, and their damage on the pulls is really good. Not to mention, while they can only use medium armor, and they can't use shields, they do get a lot of evade, and that's pretty nice. Wasn't there a thing up there? I guess not. There was like a box. It could just be a spawn chance. A lot of the time, dead ends are not dead ends. There's a chest there. It just has a chance to spawn. Treasure in this game is a whole mess. I will say the greatest flaw of this game is how treasure is handled. There's like first off, there's chance for treasure to even spawn. Okay, so sometimes you just don't get a spawn of it. Then on top of that, there's a chance for certain items based off of percentages. And then there's the whole diamond armlet shenanigans where something will only be available if you have the right piece of loot item on. It's a whole mess. So I definitely do want that, and I do have the points. Oh, they can't equip staves. That's right. Okay, so that's why I want her to have. Well, no, if she's Bushi, this is perfect. Red Battle Mage Bushi is actually great because then I don't have to worry about a staff. I'll just have a katana on. Yes, in the TZA version, it's a much better way of handling it, but it's still bad, you know? Like, it's not good. And that being said, I will say that the treasure that you actually get is fine. You don't really have to worry about the treasure mechanic that much. It's not game breaking. It's just annoying. And oftentimes it kind of feels like a lot of your treasure hunting is unrewarded, especially if you keep getting bad luck, you know? So it's not the greatest system, but it's not a broken system. Because you don't really, at the end of the day, need all of it. I would say that, you know, if you're going to like do post-game, end-game stuff, you're gonna look up guides anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I think the biggest problem with the treasure actually is the end game, where you're resetting rooms repeatedly trying to get the 1% chance of the items you want, you know? And it just... That's more annoying simply because... If I go to the end dungeon, I should just be able to get the thing, you know? Thank you, Joy, for the 150 bids. Also, I'd like to say that there are some guaranteed loots. And, you know, a lot of those guaranteed loots are really, really great. So, I mean, there is still a reason to go and get the treasures everywhere. But yeah. Holding the run button there, just make sure that I don't accidentally get into combat with a random gambit. Typically speaking, the target nearest enemy gambits don't target passive enemies. They only target the nearest aggressive enemy, so.
Mist seethes.
It reeks. Something's close.
Exactly, Julio, sorry.
Nice moves there, Captain.
You mean traitor?
So they say. But I didn't see him kill
What's up,
anyone.
Rocco? Oh, I love this game, so I'm
My
having a good
brother
time,
did.
yeah.
Rex. He said he had a brother 2 years younger. I see. He meant you. Your brother. What became of...
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
It was you who killed him.
I give you my word. That was not the way of it.
Rex, sir. My name's Rex. All I have left, sir. He's 2 years younger than I. Living in
Time botched. Save the discussion for later.
We found them! But if we arrive after he signed the treaty... Sir, we have little time. You must go to the king.
Feared. They're slowing us down.
Captain Oculus, and for my parents. Captain, why? Our king, what have you done?
His Majesty was a traitor.
A twin brother. Fancy that. But still, the pieces fit, I'll give you that much. And he did look like you.
I don't believe you.
Of course not. It was my fault that Rex was there. I am sorry.
My brother.
Can't believe he believed
trusted you.
Undor's lies.
He trusted you and he lost everything. How can I believe you?
Not me, then. Believe in your brother. He was a fine soldier. He fought to the last to protect his homeland. Now, surely he fought to protect his brother.
You don't know anything!
Believe what you want to. Whatever it takes to make you happy. What's done is done.
I mean, he's also mad. He has to. He never was able to come to terms with what happened to his brother, and he's just kind of being thrust in this whole "oh my god, that's my brother's killer" moment. And I mean, what's the first thing that he's gonna want? Like vengeance, right? He's gonna want to get. What the hell? I think it turned around south. Okay. He's gonna want to get vengeance, and when people are angry like that, they don't want to be told the truth. They don't want to hear it. They just want to release all that built up tension that's been built up over so many years. You know, they just want somebody to blame for it, and they don't care about anything else. Like Hope and Snow. Exactly, that's a great example. Oh, this was the wrong one. You know, you hear the expression "blinded by rage." I mean, it's incredibly, you know, relevant here. So, I mean, I totally get where Van's coming from. I think a lot of people sort of, I think a lot of time, I'll explain this. I think a lot of people have sort of been, they forget that people are human in stories and they make mistakes and they you have to see it from their perspective, you know? Like if you were told that your brother's killer was Bosch and you're confronted in front of Bosch and he says, no, I didn't do it, but yet the whole world says he does, like who are you gonna believe? The whole world or one person that says, nah, I did it, you know what I mean? So I mean, like at the end of the day, you need that evidence, you need that proof, but you know, when you're upset, when you're raged like that, you don't wanna see the evidence, you don't wanna see the proof, you just want justice. And that's where Van is at. You know, you gotta have an understanding that these are human people. Like they're not perfect, they're not omniscient, they don't know everything. And a lot of times in storytelling, with mediocre or poor storytelling, which is the vast majority of games, let's be honest, you get that very literal storytelling, you know? There is no subtlety, it's just, this is the objective path, and we're just describing the objective path, and there's no pieces at play, there's no subtlety, there's no subterfuge, there's no depth, you know? It's just this straight objective path, you know? And I think a lot of time people forget that when they see stories like Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy VII, a lot with Tifa, right? And or any of the Final Fantasy games for that matter, honestly. But you know, Hope and Snow we talked about with FF13, that kind of thing. There's subtlety, there's human characteristics in these storytellings that I think people kind of gloss over, since they've been spoon-fed so much drivel that's so very literal and objective and not a human story, you know? I mean, it's definitely part of media literacy, although I think when a lot of people complain that people don't have media literacy, it's about like the strong messaging a game might have. Like there are people today that still will refuse to believe that Final Fantasy VII has a strong anti-capitalistic message, and it's like, did you play the same game? You know what I mean? Like that's usually where that issue comes from. But definitely understanding a human characteristic and how one might respond in a human way is absolutely part of media literacy. All right, so there's a better monk rod down here, but it's a chance, so we'll see if we get it or not. Definitely not gonna grind for it. Yeah. What's not true? Oh, that. The Bosch was supposed to be main character thing. Actually, we just got gold, by the way. So the rumor is actually the whole main character Bosch thing. I don't think was debunked by Matsuno. I think it was the whole Vaughn and Penelo were made in the 11th hour of development rumor. They were always part of the design of the game. As far as the Bosch main character rumor, I don't think that was quite debunked just yet. However, you know, either way, it doesn't matter who was the intended main character or not, because at the end of the day, like, things change in development all the time. But the addition of Vaughn and Penelo, you know, supposedly being late in development is false. They were always part of the story. They were part of the original designs. But yeah, people take this whole, like, cut content or changed, you know, concept aspect way too seriously a lot of the time. Literally every game and every story and every movie and every TV show is different than its original concept. Because as you develop something, you run into problems of like maybe logical storytelling, or maybe you just get a better idea or what you think is a better idea or whatever, and you change it up. Every time, every show, everything has been changed up in some way. So you can't just be like, oh, cut content, or this was changed from the original concept or whatever. Brother, like, it all was. All of it. Every single bit of it was. All of them, you know? And that's fine. That's just the evolution of your project, you know, going through the stages of development, finding its way and what it wants to be, you know? Yeah, who here has written an essay ever? Do you just write the first thing that vomits out of your mouth and just sign it, done deal, turn it in? I mean, if you want an F, great, do that, yeah. You know, like, that's the rough draft, and then you go through several other drafts, and then you have people proofread it, and then you go to a final, and then that's not the final because it's there's you've noticed a mistake, or you need to add in extra information, and there's the second final, and the third final, and the final, you know, like, woo! I think Vosler and Larsa not being permanent characters are really important. They're players in the world, but they're not the focal point of this party's journey. And I think they have their own parts to play. And I think that's more important than just like getting a new character in your party or whatever. What am I gonna do? Oh, I need to change my license to be, not license, Gambit, to be highest HP, highest max HP specifically. Not that. Highest max HP. That way I'll always target the boss. And then my team will always follow along. Right, yeah. In general, it's always a strength in storytelling is like, why are the playable characters in your party? You know, do they have a reason? And I find that with the weaker stories out there, you typically can't give a really strong answer as to why someone should be in the team half the time, you know? It's just like you find an old man in the woods and he's like, oh, you doing stuff? Well, I'll come risk my life for you. You know, old man joins the party and it's like, great. You know, and then no depth is given to his character to justify his presence later on in the game. It's just there forever. Cool, I guess. To be fair, the older Final Fantasies do have weaker storytelling. However, I would say Tella does have a pretty good reason to be there because he's an old man. He's going to the other side of the cave and you happen upon him. And he says, hey, can you help me out? And you do. And then he leaves promptly afterwards, you know? Because he has no more reason to be with you. Easy peasy, mushroom squeezy! Oh, I know. I know you were just messing, but it was a good comment to actually elaborate on, I think, you know? Look, the concepts of a cut content or concept could feel better than otherwise. You know, like there's all sorts of arguments about the cut content of Final Fantasy 15 and, you know, the whole versus 13 discussion. Just because the concept feels better to you in your head does not mean that it would be better. You know, having a concept and executing it are two totally different things.
Where are we? The Estes Sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Rabanasta before we shrivel up. By your leave, Captain.
Yes, the hour of my return is already
That gets
overlate.
really stiff today.
The people may hate me, but that does not free me of my charge.
Good dungeon. I'm pretty pleased with how that went. That was strong. And we're pretty much at the end of Dark having any kind of issues with its performance, so... Yeah, I think they just got their midday meal. I know, right? Yeah, the concept of FF15 is basically versus 13 still, yeah. All right, we're gonna go down here and grab the golden waypoint thingy, so we don't have to huff it later on. And we're gonna do the same thing for Nalbina. Also very true, Rocco. Yes, in fact, that's one of the points that often goes overlooked, and a very, very important point it is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I am going the wrong way, apparently. Am I though? Wait, it should be this way. Yeah, this way. I was right. I mean, visually, I could tell you it's right over there. So when I was going, what, south and north instead of south, I was like, wait, I thought I went south to this town. Wow, Julio, that's amazing little tidbit. I did not know that. That's cool. Are we hunting? Nah, we're just getting some, we're getting some of the waypoints, so we don't have to walk all the way over here next time we need to come here. Actually, I'm not sure if we need to come back here, but might as well just grab it while we're here. Only the golden crystals are waypoints. Oh, wow. That is quite interesting, Sylvia. Why would you expect Secret of Evermore to be closer to Chrono Trigger when Secret of Evermore and Secret of Mana are virtually identical in game? You want to know a really fun fact, Redorculus? Secret of Evermore is not the same game engine as Secret of Mana. It's not like a ROM hack or whatever where they took the same game and like altered it for a single player experience. Secret of Evermore was built from the ground up on a completely unique game engine, and it's also the first and only game to be developed by Squaresoft US, and then they shut down the US based studio after that. Oh. Interesting. Story concepts are often like the easiest things to transfer from one development project to another, you know, because a story concept is sort of arbitrary in a way where, you know, it doesn't matter what story it's in. You'll never guess that it was, you know, originally meant for another game. It just, if you weren't able to fit it in your first project, you just throw it in the other one and write around it, and you're good. A good writer can absolutely take bits and bobs from different games and place them in other stories and have something compelling with that, you know? Because it's about how you, like the concept of a story concept is only the general like path that a character might take. How they're written into that path is the more important thing, you know, like, does it make sense for this character to do this thing kind of thing? And then how would they approach that particular subject? And then so a concept it has nothing to do with character personality or design. It has to do with like maybe a plot element, or maybe it has to do with, you know, like a world building thing. And those are, like I said, those are completely irrelevant to the characters you know, in the grand scheme of things. But how those characters interact with that plot element is story specific. I want that treasure. Really? In what way were you betrayed by a remaster to not be faithful? Because all of the Square Enix remasters have been phenomenal. They've been amazing, and also very faithful to their original designs. But no other developer is really doing a whole lot of remasters, so I'm curious in what way you felt betrayed by... Tactics Ogre Reborn? I mean, I played both the original Tactics Ogre and Reborn, and I felt fine with both of them. Although it's also important to note that the Tactics Ogre Reborn is more of a remaster of the PSP version than it is the SNES/PlayStation version. So you're getting a PSP remaster. Oh, this is okay. Not where we want to go. Not well, in Japan it was the Super Famicom that got Tactics Ogre. In the US it was the PlayStation. But there's a PSP version of Tactics Ogre that adds the classes and a little bit more depth to it and changes some things around. And that's what the Reborn is. That makes sense. I would say the FF4DS definitely was a betrayal for me as well. But that's like the early 2000s nonsense we all are questionable about, right? No. You're fine to have your opinion, Strawberry. It's a discussion, and I want to know people's opinions to stimulate that discussion, right? So that's why I'm curious. Everybody's completely free to their own opinion about things. However, when you express an opinion, and maybe perhaps you find that it was unwarranted because what you thought was a thing was not a thing, then it can help people move past some of their particular issues, you know what I mean? That's another reason why I was curious. But I like hearing everybody's take on things as well, so yeah. I find that to be interesting, Captain Nerd, because Final Fantasy 12 is a job system. It's just like FF7 where you kind of build your own job based on how you learn materia or licenses or whatever. It's a freely customizable character in the direction that you want to take them. It's just more free, it's more open. I don't do YouTube uploading anymore. I used to, but it's just an enormous amount of work for something Twitch already handles. So you can do, I think it's this one. There you go.
I thank you.
That's a document that gives you all of my highlighted streams of the past that I've highlighted. Some are missing, obviously. But you can go to the collections as well.
Fates will we meet again. I would pay my
which has
respects to your
everything
brother.
As well.
You're a fugitive now too. Stay low.
That's
for a while.
essentially my playlists.
What about the stone?
Do as you like. That stone's ill-favored.
We feel regret. We sought that stone and found ourselves only worry.
You offering it?
It's
fair enough, Sylvia. Having
Then
a little
why'd
bit more
you ask?
direction can help your
I would
focus
ask
a
you
little
about-
bit.
We stay in Rabanastre a while.
The reason Final Fantasy 4DS kicked your ass is because they essentially reversed all the mechanics. So if you're familiar with FF4, you're basically getting kicked in the junk repeatedly because you're familiar with a fight and you go and do that and the game's like, haha, you lose, game over. And that's a betrayal, I mean,
get rid of this thing.
what they wanted to do was FF4 with voice acting and
maybe I should show it to
3D.
Penella
And what they
first,
did
so she knows I got
was
something.
basically give a middle
She made
finger to
Miguel's
any of
place
the
this time,
veterans of FF4 from the Super Nintendo, Oh, yeah, see, if you're playing... So that's the thing about a remaster. A remaster of a game can only do so much. It can't go, hey, everybody likes this mod, so we're going to basically take that mod that somebody else made and put it into our game. Not only is that not a remaster, but it's also stealing from that modder, you know what I mean? So, I mean, that's not going to happen ever. Like a remaster, when you make a game and you make a remaster of that game, there are certain legal restrictions that a developer has to abide by in order to call it a remaster. Otherwise, it has to be called like a definitive edition or a remake or whatever. Once you cross a certain threshold, once you cross a certain line. I always use Team FAP. What are you talking about, Redorculus? Team FAP is the way to go. Actually, one of the reasons why I use Franash and Pinello isn't just because they're cute ladies, but because they have the highest base magic stat in the game. And magic has intermittent strength in this game. And when magic is strong, magic is really strong. So I use them because I will want magic for the last whole shtick that I just did, and then I'll want magic for like Wraithwall's Tomb and here and there. But also I like Franash and Pinello because, you know, reasons. Yes and no, Drakadai. Magic is definitely very strong in this game, but there are a lot of limitations with how you can utilize magic in this game due to a lot of resistances and immunities and everything, and not to mention a lot of enemies with reflect, and then you have Palines, and so... Ugh. You have to be careful about how you utilize it. No. The voice acting and the 3D was not the portrayal part of it. It was the mechanic aspect. I don't care about the voice acting and the 3D. That's not the issue. I'm talking about the mechanics basically being a reverse of the original, which is a big middle finger to veterans of the original. They intentionally just reversed every single mechanic in the game from every boss, which gave the illusion that it was a harder game, and it's not. It's just a kick in the pants. That's all. I actually don't know where I'm supposed to go. Right. Old Dowland. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. I almost exclusively prefer female characters in my video games. Almost entirely. Like there's definitely Auron, which is great in FF10. There's... Well, that's all I can think of right now. But anyway... I almost always prefer the ladies in my as my party over dudes. Did they really reverse it? Yes, they did. Yeah, if you look at all the boss designs and mechanics, they're almost entirely reversed. As an example, and this is the easiest example to give, when it comes to CPU, they made it so you, instead of killing the bottom orb, that you have to kill the top orb instead. And so every veteran of FF4 is gonna go in killing the bottom orb on CPU, and then CPU is just gonna fucking melt your face and you're gonna die. You know what I mean? It's really, really annoying. And then Dr. Luigi is the same, where it's like, I forget exactly what they did with him, but instead of the attrition fight, it's this, like, if you try to do this thing that would counter it, then he kills you with, like, this big hit, and it's just obnoxious.
Well, look who we have here. Heard you were sent off to Nalpina.
And I got out of there as fast as I could. But it was all worth it, Down.
That being said,
Here,
I don't
look at
particularly
this.
care for the DS version because I'm not a big fan of the aesthetic, and that's a personal preference. And I don't,
I couldn't have done it
the
without your
FPS is really low, which makes it a harder experience to
There is more to
enjoy.
discuss, Charles, than first meets the eye.
Come up here.
Vaughn, I've an errand, a simple favor to beg of you. I was going to ask that kites to go, but I should think that you ought to do. No, I think you're just the one. There's a fellow by the name of Azalas, and I need you to bring this sword to him.
That's a sword of the old order.
Speak my name when you arrive. That should be enough to get you in to see him. I've made a note on your map showing you where he can be found. Mind you, you are to deliver the sword to him personally.
I will.
This is pretty much the little mission that
So
makes
it is done,
that
but will it be enough to remind him of what the order once meant?
locks in Van to be for Bosch instead of against him. When he sees his history and his affiliation, essentially. But yeah, the visual aspect of it is absolutely a subjective preference. For me, it's just like I'm fine with a remake, you know, and I'm fine with alternative mechanics for a remake and all that kind of stuff. Like that's not a problem. I mean, FF7 and FF7 remake, right? It's the way they did it, where it felt so much of a kick in the pants as opposed to, you know, a new experience. It just felt like a reverse experience as a gotcha for veterans of the original game, as opposed to, you know, having something new that was a new experience that was, you know, not so just black and white to the original. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like at its core, the PSP/DS version of FF4 is fine, but I would almost always prefer to play the SNES or the Pixel Remaster. I actually played the Romancing Saga remake thanks to Square giving me a code, and I really enjoyed it actually. And I'm not big on Saga.
What if a judge killed the king, not the captain? That would explain everything.
Oh,
wouldn't it?
FF7 remake is very wildly well received.
How are we to trust such a man?
FF7 remake has sold over 10 million if I'm not mistaken. It's at least at 9, and it's very positive reception.
Then will you fight again at my side?
Same with Rebirth, for that matter.
Convinces me of nothing.
I'd take his word over that of a mouthpiece Marquis.
Then you name Rex liar with him.
My brother was no liar.
Just the opposite. Rex was the witness they needed. They had to make it appear as if I killed the king. Rex bears no blame. The fates have willed it.
So this is Rex's brother. Your words may convince a child such as this, but they weigh far too lightly on the scales for my taste. Our past will remain separate.
Do you not think Amalia worth saving?
I hold men's lives in my hands. I must see foes in every shadow. The night we moved against Vane, he knew. I will not chance such disadvantage again.
100% that,
Michael.
Michael.
As I would Ondor, as I would treat any abettor of the Empire.
Then what will you do? Hold me here in chains?
Yes, they know who Amalia is. It's a code name.
Some things never change, do they?
Listen to me, Bosch. Your cage may have no bars, but it is a cage. The eyes of the Resistance watch unblinking.
Let them watch. I know something of cages.
So, as far as the Pixel Remasters go...
Excuse me, princess.
Thank you, Joey, for the 399 bits. I used to be 100% OG of the first 6. Nothing is better than the originals. Now it's 100% Pixel Remaster. They're all super good.
Our paths keep crossing, yours and mine. It's more than coincidence.
It's annoying.
I'm sorry. Allow me one last annoyance, a favor to ask. I want you to take me to Balthier. Even caged birds need wings.
This makes us even.
Even?
For Nalbina. We couldn't have done it without you.
Oh, I love Bosch, yeah. Well, I mean, Steam is pretty damn accessible as far as being able to get them, so I mean, they didn't really need to do anything else besides release it on Steam and on consoles digitally, but having a physical version definitely is nice. What about After Years? After Years is the same issue that I have with pretty much all side sequel games, and that is the writing is garbage and it betrays the personalities of so many of the established characters in the story and just goes full fan fiction. It's just a lot worse from a story perspective and a writing perspective, and it's also worse from a mechanical perspective because they take FF4 and they add annoyances to it that make it like straight up just worse, you know? That being said, at the end of the day, it's still kind of FF4 and that's kind of all right, you know?
A lot of kids lost their parents in the war. Mine had already died before that. The plague took them both.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's okay. It's been 5 years now. After that, I lived with my friend Pinello and her family. Then the war came.
I am sorry.
The tiny little things that the Pixel Remaster supposedly flubbed on were so inconsequential. At the end of the day, the Pixel Remasters are a huge improvement to the original. The only, and we've had this discussion so many fucking times, it's so tiring.
It was
the font. Is the font perfect? No. Is it bad? No. It was just a choice, and it's like people were so ready to hate on Final Fantasy. They tried to get at it at anything that they possibly could, and the only thing that stuck was the font. It was the only thing that they could get stuck, could get to stick as a complaint to the Pixel Remasters, and it became so much more of a big issue than it should have been. Like, it could have been like, yeah, the font's mad, but whatever, you know? Like, it's so stupid. It's the dumbest argument. Especially considering that the console versions,
as I said, a misunderstanding,
have an alternative font option, and then you can mod it anyway.
Because of you.
What? What about Pinello?
Oh,
thank you, Alja, for the 6 months of subbing. Achoo.
And there was a note for this Balthier. Come to the Bujaba Mines, it said.
It's Begamnon. He was in Albina.
If anything were to happen to that sweet child while I've her parents' memory to consider, you're going to go to her aid, and that's that. That's what you Sky Pirates do, isn't it?
I don't respond well to orders. You do know that the Imperial fleet is massing at Bujaba?
Fine, then I'll go. You at least have an airship, don't you? Just get me there and I'll find Pinello myself.
I'll join you.
Huh?
I have some business there as well.
An audience with the Marquis, by chance?
Balthier, just take us, and this is yours.
The guards are toying with us.
Make yourselves ready. We leave soon.
Right.
Yeah, you would never get an argument about font ever, but when a Final Fantasy releases a product that nobody can complain about, boy howdy do you hear about it. Because like there's this weird population of like Square Enix / Final Fantasy haters that just want to tear it down for whatever fucking reason. It's especially weird considering Square is actually one of the better developers out there when it comes to like integrity. I mean, you're combating with like EA and Ubisoft and giving them a free pass and then damning Square for like doing what, you know what I mean? But anyway, it's just, there's so much division right now with so many things and it's just really silly. But yeah, they couldn't find anything to like bring down the Pixel Remaster, so they focused hard on this whole font thing. And it's stupid too because the example screenshot that started the whole font debate was actually a picture of Final Fantasy 1 where they're fighting the Lich, and they have like you have your party window, and then you have the window with the boss or enemy information, right? And the window was just Lich, right? And so it's just Lich, but then there's this big window with just Lich. And that was the complaint. It wasn't that it was the kerning or it was too small or there was accessibility issues with it. It had nothing to do with that. There was never any of that discussion whatsoever in this debate when it first started. They were just like, LOL, what a waste of space. But you had the literal shortest enemy health or a name in the entirety of Final Fantasy, Lich, 4 letters. But it's like you get into all these other battles with 5 different enemies and that box is suddenly full. Fucking idiots, you know what I mean? But like they wanted to use that as an example to take it down when the Pixel Masters were first announced. And it was only because other people with accessibility issues on kerning and font size decided that they wanted to put their input in when these haters decided that that was their battle. They were going to attach to that, and they made it their focal point to try and attack the Pixel Masters. It was the dumbest thing. If you saw it in real time, boy, man, you will never have respect for that argument. That being said, there is a slight accessibility issue with the font, and I agree that, you know, that could definitely have been a better font, but is it a bad thing? No, it's just a thing. It's inert. It's benign. There's no real negative, but there's no real positive either. It's like choosing to have a hair color, you know, like, yeah, you know, hey, maybe if you were more considerate of colorblind folk, you would have chosen a different hair color kind of thing. Okay, sure, you know? But yeah, when you make hate your entire personality, man, it really just shows. Because you make the stupidest arguments to try and justify yourself. Yeah, no kidding, right?
She airship enough for you?
The straw. You really are a
Yeah, having stealing does not justify accessibility, right? And generative AI is stealing 100%, so there's no argument to be made there. But anyway, at the end of the day,
So is she armed? How fast is she? Could she take the Ifrit?
the font discussion is the dumbest thing in the world. So it's just completely pointless argument. And if that's really your biggest complaint about the Pixel Remasters, you'd be so fucking lucky as a developer to have that as your biggest complaint from people, you know? Oh my god, all the games are amazing. They're perfect. The music is godly. The game just is reeking of polish. Oh, but the font. Really? That's all you got? Pixel Remasters are amazing. Go play them. If you're a fan of the first 6, you'll find no better way to play them than the Pixel Remasters. Go have fun.
Right, it's time to fly. And no wagging tongues or you'll like to bite them off.
I'm coming, Vanilla.
There are font options built into the game. Have fun. If you're so caught up in the ridiculous font discussion of the Pixel Remasters, there are font options. Or you can mod it on PC to have fucking wingdings in there if you want. It's not a discussion anymore. Death by math, everything in FF? Oh, with like old? I'm pretty sure you can still do that. Fairly certain. One of the better things that they did with the Pixel Remasters is get rid of like obnoxiously unnecessary things by adding Phoenix Downs and Ethers to Final Fantasy 1. You prevent potential soft lock in dungeons. And on Final Fantasy 2, they got rid of the annoyingly pointless inventory system and just have you have free inventory system after that.
Alive. Balthier's bait must be fresh.
I keep trying to tell you. I barely even know who Balthier is.
My brother, a message come from Ravenaster. The Strahl, she set sail. She makes straight for the sky city of the Gerba. Barely know, was it? Yet Ala Tracy goes bounding off for you. Tell me, how could that be?
That's what I'd like to know. I just met him that one time and that's
Does that tongue never stop? What if we plucked it from your head? As for you, we need Balthier alive. His corpse fetches but half the bounty.
The only time I've ever experienced screen tearing was when my PC was chugging just to play a game, let alone the Pixel Remasters. It's also really important to note that even though the games are in a pixel sprite-based style, every game these days is made in a 3D environment. Even 2D looking games are in a 3D environment, just made to look 2D. But basically every game development software is a 3D development software. They're made in Unity, right? Yeah. Been wanting to give it a go. You're talking about the Final Fantasy 1 sort of mod remake thing. Honestly, saying Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth doesn't look good is like the dumbest argument. It's like as if people don't have eyes, you know? Like what? Oh,
easy.
Guys, one of the best looking games in our generation.
Keep searching.
It's not even just from the fidelity perspective, it's the animations, the styles, the aesthetic, the detail.
No names.
Of course.
Honestly, Nelium, it might be just as contrived, to be perfectly honest. Even base PS5, I played it on performance mode, so I didn't even have the higher fidelity, and the game was breathtakingly gorgeous.
The Lusu mines
like I said, Final Fantasy haters, they're out there. They just want to have the most asinine arguments and expect people to believe them.
On your way to the mines? Then please allow me to accompany you. I have an errand to attend to there.
We sure are, J-Dubs. In fact,
What manner of errand?
Remake and Rebirth both are going to be the
What
capstone
errand?
games for the
I
Fiesta.
might ask the same of you.
And
right.
we
Come on
announced
then.
very shortly ago that we'll
Excellent.
actually be changing it from
Do
PS5
me
to
a favor and stay where I can
PC.
keep
So
my
we'll
eye
be able to
on you.
play that
Should be
PC
less
version
trouble
with
that way.
all the nice new enhanced visuals
For us both.
as a little treat.
So what's your name? Oh, I'm Lamont. Don't worry. I don't know what's in that mine.
No
locked, but
names,
you're in
Vaughn!
good hands.
No names, Vaughn!
Right, Bosch?
No names, Vaughn. And then you just happen to spoil the name to, I don't know, Vane Solidor's little brother. You fucking twerp. But I wouldn't expect you to understand the possibility of that happening. Vaughn's not the brightest, but that's part of what makes him human, right? I don't think I have to worry about gear, but I should consider the fact that we are about to go do a very difficult thing. So in the Final Fantasy Fiesta, we're not allowed to run away as long as the battle is actually winnable. In the Lusu Mines, there is a battle with Bagamnin. You're supposed to run away. Guess what we're not allowed to do in the Final Fantasy Fiesta? Is run away. So we will have to fight or die when it comes to that. I think I'm gonna make him a knight, but I'm not actually gonna use him, am I? I think I'm gonna stick with this team. For now. And that means Monk Machinist Red Battle Mage. I think that's fine. Although I'm worried about healing. I should be more concerned about armor and items, I think. Let me just check this. There's nothing here that I can actually take advantage of for my particular jobs. Look, this is the 8th Final Fantasy Fiesta. We've done it 8 times. We're perfectly capable of managing Bagamnin, but it is something we have to be considerate of because he hits hard. So the mist abilities are actually not really viable because we don't really have the licenses to get there at this point. Especially with our new little fun limitation. Did you know if you hold triangle when you're checking quantity, you can go from 1 to the max? Boom, look at that. You hold triangle, you don't have to do 1 at a time. The more you know.
For real?
For real. Thank you, Joey, for the 144 bits. If the bosses, if the enemy, if the fight is winnable, we cannot run, period. So if the only time we're actually allowed to run from the Atomos robot in FF8 is the first time, because it's not killable in that first fight. That is the only time we're allowed to run away from it. If we get in combat with it again, we have to fight or die, period. There is no but it's hard. Too fucking bad. Should have prepared for that. You know what I mean? That's the Fiesta. Welcome in. The only other required runaway is Bahamut the first time you encounter it in Final Fantasy 3. Yeah, correct. Okay, so let's see what kind of armor Vaughn has access to. I know it's like medium armor and everything, but there's 1, 2 licenses, so that's 10 on Vaughn. He's level 8. Okay. I don't care about those. I do care about these though. I will probably do a short grind on the bridge with the undead because it's pretty easy to chain. Come on. You left. I think at this point, I think Balthier has the access to the same kind of armor, right? Yeah. So that's 1 more for Balthier. He's very low on licenses, so he has plenty of space. This, okay, we're definitely getting potion lore. This actually might be essential for this whole deal because the potion lore will help me heal since I won't be healing with like cure really. There's some battle lores over here, but it's gonna be a while. All right. Trial mode is not allowed for the Fiesta. We specifically banned it a couple years ago. It used to be that we would go in for the diamond armlet on the first trial, but there's also some other really, really broken things you can do with like steal and poach in the trial mode, and if you know what you're doing, it would just break the game. That being said, yeah, it's not that game breaking. The composer for this game is Sakimoto, actually. He does FFT, FF12, and a lot of other stuff. Let me check the magic shop. Don't really have a white mage, although I'm gonna want these, so let's grab this. That's it. Honestly, if you want the best score and if you want to go fast in the Fiesta, you want to avoid it anyway. So knowing how to avoid the robot is better if you care about your seed rank. That being said, you do get quite a big chunk of AP if you kill it. However, I mean, you could just grind level 1 enemies and get more AP in the time it takes you to kill that damn thing. I want to check the Technic shop because I will need charge eventually. And I don't remember exactly when it becomes available. There's charge right there. So, sell that. Good. I'm glad I have charge. Oh, I always forget about charge and end up like getting on the airship, the Leviathan, and not having charge. And you're just like, oh, God. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you could just cheese the quizzes for your seed rank. I want to check the Gambit slot shop as well, just in case, because there are a few Gambits I want like MP less than 10%, and not the 30% is the only one I have for things like charge. But I don't remember if I get like the big stuff yet. Okay, this is looking promising. So these are all worth getting. You know, it's actually funny, as much as I have a tremendous amount of respect for Uematsu and what he's done for Final Fantasy in general, if you look at his non-Final Fantasy OSTs, it's not quite as promising, you know what I mean? Like, obviously he's amazing and he does great work, but his Final Fantasy OSTs are really the solid ones. But if you go to like Blue Dragon, it's pretty meh overall. Honestly, my favorite composers for video games right now are Yoko Shimomura, who does 15, and she's got a tremendous amount of history in video game music in general. But other than that, it's Masashi Hamazo, who does FF13. He's very prolific within Remake and Rebirth as well, and just does amazing work in general. I want... not reverse. That. Actually, you don't need to get that one. That's redundant. I wanted sap. That one. There we go. Sap regen is a great way to counter sap. You don't need the self-status ones, because if you just put on, like, to use the item, they'll just use it whenever it's necessary, so it's redundant. Alright, let's go into death. I mean, not death.
The Lusu Mines, one of the richest veins in Ivalice.
Under Imperial Guard, no doubt.
Actually, no. With but few exceptions, the Imperial Army is not permitted within Bougerba.
What I'm saying, but if you're just
proceed?
petrified and you only want to use a golden needle, then you just need to set the gambit to just use golden needle, and it'll on any, and that's a baseline gambit, and it'll mean that like if you become petrified, then you'll use a golden needle. So you don't need to use status self petrify or anything like that. Although I will say, for having a self gambit, it does make it so you don't cure others and you only cure yourself, which in most cases with status effects don't work because you're confused or slept or petrified, you know.
You will forgive
so
me
self petrify golden needle is pointless.
I can assure you it reaches Lord Vane most discreetly. Ha! You wear your saddle well. Be that as it may, I have no intention of being bridled, Your Honor.
Then you prefer the whip? Stubbornness will see not only you broken, Excellency, but Bougerba as well.
Sometimes, Shorty, yeah. I mean, I was just playing like last year, I played through FF10 to get platinum,
the Marquis of Bougerba,
which is lengthy.
Marquis served
I did
to
a bunch of
mediate
4-job
the
Fiesta runs, just chilling
negotiations
on the
of
couch,
Damascus
you know, all the
surrender.
time.
It would appear that he is somewhat less neutral now.
They say he's been helping the resistance.
They say many things.
You're certainly well informed. Who did you say you were again?
What difference does it make? We have to find Penelo.
And Penelo is your...
She's a friend. She was kidnapped and taken here.
Thank you, Sharon, for 78 months of subbing. Thank you. Yeah, no, I can, okay, I guess I can see in a very, very specific situation that being useful. However, I will say that's basically the awesomeness of the Gambit system, is just having that, like, intricate detail in how you organize your setup. So anything that would offer even the smallest specific situation is available as a potential Gambit. How many licensed boards are there? Well, there are 12 licensed boards, one for each class. You might notice that there's also a theming with Zodiacs in this game. How many board picks are there? Oh, I don't know. I imagine that we will not be able to get anything we want freely, though. Ginger. Bro. Ginger just stuck Samus's head up his ass because he tried to sit down on my Samus amiibo. What? Oh, we're doing this, huh? All right. Let me pause the timer then. Let me pause the timer. Let me go to the restroom and AFK for a minute because I gotta take care of something, and then we'll do the 200,000 channel point redemption to give the kitties TREATs. They all think they're getting them right now anyway, so honestly, yeah. Be right back. Hi. 1 second. I mean, an enemy gambit is basically just a scripting, right? You know? Which every good video game has enemy scripting or AI. By the way, I grabbed a beverage of alcoholic nature if anybody wants to join in. Cheers. I wanted to try some more ciders. And the only one that our local grocery store had was Reds. It's okay. It's not as good as, what was the other one that I had last week? It's a little dull comparatively in terms of flavor, but it's fine. All right. Now for the kitties. Look at this chonky boy just sitting there. That was what it was. Strongbow. That's what it was last week. That was what we had. So yeah. Watch this. First off, Zeta, thank you for the 25 months of subbing. Kids want treats? Zoom. Coconut, why must you be in the middle? Hey, Coconut, here, come over here, come on. Come on, come on. Come on, Coconut, over here. Come on, come on. He refuses to move from the middle. He insists on standing right in the middle of the camera. Well, Cecil doesn't want any, weirdly. Buddy. I mean, he had his own little pile off to the side and he refused to have any, so... Oh yeah, I should turn that... I don't know where the catnip is. I had a little packet of it. I'll look around. Maybe my wife will help me remember to do that. That's it. Oh, you know what? We gotta do the last treat, the treat of death. 5 cats enter, 1 treat leaves. The last one. What? Huh. Coconut got it. Raven's looking into nowhere land. What? Yeah, we love our little fur babies. They're great. Thank you for giving our kitties treats. I appreciate it, and so do they. I'm a fur baby. I'm not very furry, though. Hey, at the end of the day, booze is booze, good or not. I mean, I'm not suggesting that the quality is bad, but I found that the cheaper wines tend to be better, or more affordable wines. All right, timer resume. Thank you for the treat redemption. Yeah, I was specifically mentioning wine. Like, I've found $5 a bottle of wines that are way better than $50 a bottle wines. The fur ends we made along the way. Ow. A round of applause. Might have to avoid using dark. Feline my enthusiasm. Yeah, when it comes to alcohol or booze, oftentimes brand name tends to be a trap. Like Captain Morgan. Captain Morgan is the worst rum of any rum I've ever had. What's up, Dave? Oh, I take it back. Bacardi is the worst rum I've ever had. That's the one I meant. There is this funny joke though, where it's like the lower the rank of the particular whatever, the better the rum is. Like Captain Morgan is not good, but Sailor Jerry is amazing. Are you not healing? Okay, this needs to be higher. I don't even, that's not even point, you know. You got your treats, cats. Settle down or head out. But sailor is basically the lowest rank you can have. You know, if you're a landlubber, you're not a rank. You're explicitly outside. Damn it! I might need to leave, honestly. I didn't prepare appropriate, oh my fucking god. I know the beginning of this grind could be rough, but good lord. She cannot fucking stay alive to save her life, literally. What are you doing? Oh my lord, my gambits. That's another problem. Fucking, oh my god.
Let your best. Yeah.
I'm dead. I'm just dead here. They keep on spawning and I'm not ready for this. This dungeon is already kind of hard, but you know what it is? I need to bring in Bosch for Balthier. So I can give him a nice shiny new weapon and gear. I'm just gonna let myself die. Don't think I've ever had the pleasure of gaming over here, but I'm being stingy with my licenses because I'm not sure how it's going to negatively impact me later on. That's fine, we got autosave, it'll be no problem. We're gonna head back out though and reassess our gear choices though. I didn't think I would need a bow on Fran, but turns out I will need a bow on Fran. I need to grind anyway. So leaving the mine is not that big of a deal. It's something I'm gonna have to do anyway.
Yeah.
When we get to the actual Begamnon fight, Fran having Dark won't be a detriment like it is right now, you know? I had forgotten that there was so much undead here. Thank you, Butters, for the 105 months, dude! Hell yeah! That's a long time, thank you. Hmm? Oh, that's the rare spawn. Is the Dark healing him? Yep. Damn it. Hey, congrats, young blood. GG. I mean, when you see it through the lens of a 35-year-old game, it becomes a lot more impressive, you know? Oh, it was absolutely inspired by D&D. That's no secret. Spell charges. Final Fantasy 1 and 3 are the only non-D&D games that have spell charges as a mechanic. Yep, it's on sale for pre-order for sale, 30% off. So if you wanted to get Rebirth for PC, the pre-order is 30% off. Square's been pretty legit with that recently.
Yeah.
It's a good pick. Where do I want to take this? Like, it'd make a lot of sense to just do night, but I think he may not have the threat to really benefit from this. Might just be better just to have him as a to survive. Zodiac Age, PC version. You can also tell because it's widescreen. Whereas the FF12 OG is 4:3. Maybe I should make him an Ulan. I do believe there's a spear option. I should make him a job of whatever I can benefit the most with from the weapons that are available in this shop. To minimize the pain of the grinding that we're going to do. Yeah, I mean, this is just a remaster of the International Zodiac Job System Edition anyway. Cat hair. So at the end of the day, the objective is to beat the game. Last year, every year we do something different in this event. It's the Final Fantasy Fiesta. It's a race through the entire franchise. Last year we did Order of Ambrosia, which was everything. This year, all we have to do is beat the game. I'm literally equipped on whatever I can actually have at this point in the game, so why the struggle, I wonder? Well, we're actually pretty good on healing, but we'll get some more of that. I did not just sell 10 high potions. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Yep, I just sold a bunch of high potions. That's lovely. I might have to do a mace on Fran just to actually get damage output. Yeah, I just made it a struggle, right? I think I might have to go. I'm just gonna go night route. Okay. I hate having to spend my limited licenses on freaking mace, which is a stupid weapon type, but I don't think I have a really choice right here. I need to be able to do stuff, and I'm limited on what I can do, so let's see. There's one. Two. 3, 4. Let's start with that. That'll give him plenty of HP. I might go for that as well. Don't know yet. I mean, yeah, let's get it. I'm going to want it anyway. That's 11 licenses on Fran. She can have 7 more, which is actually interesting because right now I'm not limited by the mechanic or the incentive. I'm limited by license points. That will definitely change as we get deeper into the game, 100%. How many does he have? Van is at 10 and he can get 18, so he's good as well. So let's 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get the harness. That's fine. 2, 3. He will soon, and that's enough. It's also important that I try to save as many of my license points as possible for when I get the second class. I may be able to skip by a lot of things based on where my other licenses fall, which will save me a lot of struggle with the whole limitation this year. I really can't get another attack spell, can I? Oh, hello. But you can get it. Interesting. Arrow's not until after all of this. That's before Wraithwall's tomb that I can get that. Oh, she can use shields as well. Is this actually a one-handed weapon, though? It is. Okay, not so bad then. Let's go grab some shields. Do we have any shields at all? Thought I would have at least something. Where are shields listed? I just don't have any shields. Okay. That'll help a lot too, having a shield. That'll help the grind that I have to do in order to fight Begamnon and actually win. And then I can just switch to dark whenever I get into that fight. Can't do it for the undeads. Okay, 1600. No, just I know what it is. Just put it up on top there. So coconut. Yeah, thank you. I guess I could sell a few antidotes. There we go. All right, fine. 1, 2. I'm gonna have to get all this anyway. 3. 10, 14. She's fine still. And then another one on Bosch. That gives him 10. All right, I should be a lot better equipped to going in there. My defense is significantly higher. I actually have some damage output. I should be able to do the grind without having, because like I put all my eggs in dark, the dark basket, and obviously undead absorb dark. Problem immediately right off the bat. So I don't think I'll have to come back out and grab items, even if I like having sold all those high potions on accident. Probably for the better on accident, you know? No, we can respec as much as we want. There's no limitation on that. That would honestly fall really much into the category of having extra knowledge about the game gives us an advantage, and that's what the Fiesta's all about. Okay, take two. An unfortunate, significant waste of time, but it should help in the long run. In fact, I'm wondering now at this point whether it's even worth grinding at all. Because with the extra defense, Gamnon won't be that big of a deal. And knowing that Dark does a lot, plus I have an Aquara moat, which will obviously help, and there's a couple other moats I missed along the way that I'll snag. Alright, let's see how this goes. If I recall correctly, mace scaling is based off of vitality. And her vitality is literally the highest right now, so...
Yeah.
I mean, in the past, that has been an incentive. It's usually based around things like defeat an Aquafar or something like that. So it's like defeat a super boss and without ringing it. However, we have a gentleman's agreement this year to not use the ring whatsoever. Except for when required. Morning. I mean, look, at the end of the day, there is a strategy to doing your hunts as you go to make the rest of the game easier, because you don't get the ring until the end, obviously. But you can also just wait to the end and then just Eterna everything. There's arguments to be made about both strategies.
Yeah.
If you've played FF15, then you know. Otherwise, we'll leave it at that. Two times character level equals license means if we're level 10, then we can have 20 licenses, so on and so forth. Just like that. That's our limitation this year for the Fiesta. Well, I say limitation, but it's not always a limitation, is it? not every incentive is a limitation. Sometimes it's a collection, sometimes it's a alternative task. Yeah, significantly better. I'm not getting destroyed. I'm doing actual damage. At the end of the day, Fran also has cure if I need it. In fact, there's a little safety precaution. Since I won't be needing my MP for Dark right now, I think it's better to have her with a cure gambit. In case Lamont. Can't keep up. Oh, Meadows, 105 months! Thank you. That's a long time. I mean, you got it right there in your badge. I don't know, but there are 2 license boards per character. But if you just look at it for a second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 10 just by itself, right? So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, about 120, I'd say. That's just one class, you know? Granted, there is some crossover, depending on your jobs. It's still upward of like 200 licenses or more per character that you're looking at. Like, sure, we could just grind to level 99. Not exactly viable in a race, is it? Honestly, at level 99, we would only need like 20 licenses at best. I think what we want to do is we want to make our way towards the end, grab all the loots that come with that, and then do the little bridge trick.
Not like this.
Fuck me! You know, Lamont, you can just stay dead for now. If you've played the TZA version, then you've played the international version. Because this version, the TZA, is a remaster of the international version. Just, you know, PS2 graphics. Oh, okay, gotcha. Really? I thought I see this one on sale all the time. You know what? There isn't. You should definitely go make it. Okay, I don't want to go any further. This is the end. This is where the story starts. So at this point, we go back and do a little bit of grinding. Not too much. I want to do just enough. What I'm seeing right now is I really need HP on Fran. Do I even have access to anything like that anywhere near? That would be 3 licenses. And then nothing? Oh. Okay. So pretty much no option. Just as a note, we don't do modding for the Fiesta. We play a base version of the game. Which is kind of an important little aspect of the Fiesta, honestly. A lot of times people are like, oh, why don't you play this mod? And it's like, well, we're playing Final Fantasy, not somebody else's Final Fantasy, you know? Wait. Oh. I have it on active ATV still. Trying not to waste my Phoenix Downs. Proving more difficult than I expected it to be. Lamont is doing a piss poor job of keeping me up. Oh, it'd be the first thing I'd play for sure. Although, I don't think there are very many 3D models for Melvin. I guess there's the 3DS version of DQ7. So the only real way I'm going to get HP on Fran is by leveling, I think. What? These cats that have just been fed looking at me like it's food time. What's up, Tiger? I think some of these side paths have some moats that I want that'll make the Begamnon fight a little bit easier. Gotta be careful because it's trapped to high hell. Not really helpful, but it's like whenever my wife and I are cooking, it's like whenever we start the garlic, because you usually want to cook your aromatics first, and the house starts smelling like garlic. Oh man, that's the best part. That's the best part right there. Most of what we cook has garlic in it. Oregano? Oh yeah, definitely. Well, actually, I prefer basil. Specifically, though. At the end of the day, they're all fucking good, right? Isn't it Chicago? Oh, never mind. You didn't make a pizza reference. I thought it was like you meant it was an equivalent to the New York, Chicago pizza wars. And that's when the pizza wars began. Nobody was ready for it. Now every restaurant is Taco Bell. Did you know that in Demolition Man, every version of the movie, like in different regions, it's a different restaurant that took over? Like Burger King, KFC, whatever. For about a year now, Shaggy, yeah. These are twice as expensive. Oh no, it's because I was selling them. I just like sauce and cheese and toppings, and you get that more with a bigger pizza, you know? The crust is my least favorite part of the pizza, and it's so rare that a restaurant gets it right. At the end of the day, I always order like extra marinara on the side to dip my crust in. No worries. Doing good. Everything's great. Having an awesome time. The vibe for this year's Fiesta has been off the charts too. It's honestly, it's been one of the best Fiestas yet. It's just been just a really, really, really great feel all the way through. I don't know, something's different, special about it this year. Oh look, the rare spawn again. The best pizza I've ever had was pizza my wife made several years back for my birthday. Haven't had pizza better than that. Just everything, from the crust to the sauce, just was better than anything I had anywhere else. Yeah, that's the biggest problem I have with pizza dough, is it's always so tough. Like you're just having to like, you know, chew, and I just want softer, breadier. Obviously you need it to hold up the pizza slice. There comes a point where there's got to be a good compromise, right? What kind of pizza was it? I don't know, the kind that you eat. My wife's from New York, so I can imagine you would guess what the general style of it was. And she is 100% a pizza snob. Yeah, obviously Chicago style. Well, you've invoked her ire. Good luck. I don't know, huh? What do you think? New York and New Jersey tied for best pizza? This is not gonna end well. All right, I think I'm gonna do one more pass. I think we should be good to go, or at the very least, we'll try it. Great thing about TZA is that you got autosave, so if it goes to hell, I mean, we got that. Actually, you know what? No. Let me see. We're going right now. Yeah, we're going. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna try it because we got autosave. Worst case scenario, lose about 5 minutes. Try it again.
Yeah.
We really only have 4 high potions, huh? All right, fine. Oh, you're not. Hold on. I mean, at the end of the day, most of those pizzas are just fine. They're just maybe not quite as good as what you've experienced. Like, even a lot of pizza chains, you know, that are kind of not the greatest, they're still fine. They're not garbage. But I've definitely had a couple chains that were pretty garbage, to be honest.
This is what I came here to see.
No, I don't remember that pizza.
It's nethicite, manufactured nethicite.
There is the one place called Big Daddy's that a friend of mine was always getting at
Nethicite absorbs
RPG
magical
Liver
energy.
Break. Wasn't terrible.
This is the fruit
It was
of
pretty
research
alright.
into the manufacture of nethicite. All at the hands of the Draclaw Laboratory. So this is where they're getting the magicite.
Errand all attended to, then?
Thank you. I'll repay you shortly.
No, you'll repay us now. We have too much on our
Yeah, it
hands
is.
to go on holding yours. So, where did you hear this fairy tale about nethicite? And where did you get that sample you carry? What do you know about the Draclaw Laboratories? Tell me, who are you?
Balthier.
You kept us waiting, Balthier. You slipped away in Albenar. We missed you. First the judge and now this boy. The whole affair has a smell of money about it. I may have to wet my beak a little.
Keep your snout in the trough where it belongs. This thinking ill befits you, Begamnon.
Balthier. Too long have I gone unpaid. I'll carve my bounty out of that boy.
Where's Pinello? We're taking her back.
The girl? Why keep the bait when you've landed the fish? We cut her loose on the way here and then off she ran crying like a babe.
Got him!
After them!
I remember, we're not allowed to run away, so we have to fight this
wait up.
battle.
We'll not be able
Fight
to
or
take them
die.
all. Fight who we must, leave the rest.
We'll not be able to fight them all, except actually we will have to fight them all. Oh god, oh god. Oh my god, menus please, fuck's sake. Good lord. They all immune to gravity damage? Well, that's lovely. There we go, there's the other one. Oh, okay, I think Fran's okay now. Alright, I think we'll be okay. I think we're good. Just with having Dark alone was good. Throwing out that Aquero moat on Bosch at first was very, very important because it basically guaranteed that Bosch had aggro for the majority of the fight, and that was what's most important there. At this point, if Fran gets aggro, she gets hit a little bit, whatever. PD or if she dies, no big deal. But in that initial part of it, when all four of them are just coming down on you, you really need to have threat on somebody that's able to take a hit. I'm actually gonna need this gambit, but I think I'll just have to swap this one as I get MP then. GG. Didn't have to grind that much. In fact, I would argue I really didn't even grind pretty much at all. It's like I went in, got my butt kicked, had to leave, and then I just went right for it. No. There's no benefit. Aside from maybe a little bit extra LP, possibly. Good lord. And before I die to this regular battle after doing the actual hard fight. Why do you keep dying? Why are you not healing? Normally I'd go for the extra battles, because the loot that you get here is great and it's really easy to chain. But yeah, I'm gonna have to say no thank you. Take the shortcut. Okay, didn't get into combat. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wakey wakey. Eggs and bakey.
Yeah.
Well, I'm probably going to be hurting for cash later on in the game. But honestly, it's better to farm on Mirror Knights than it is to farm on this, you know? So if I gotta farm on Mirror Knights, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I see you've been out walking without the company of your cortege, Lord Larsa. We caught her wandering out of the mines. You must take care with such undesirables about.
I was kidnapped.
Silence.
If it is a crime to wander on one's own, then I too am guilty. Marquis, I trust that your estate can accommodate another guest.
Why not?
Judge Geese, I shall heed your counsel. I will not travel unaccompanied any longer.
The Riz on Larsa.
That was unexpected.
They're like, let's go, girl.
Penelo.
Of course.
What's Penelo doing? And what's the deal with that Lamont?
That's no Lamont. Larsa Ferinas Solidor, fourth son to Emperor Gramis and brother to Vayne.
What? That kid?
Do not worry. I believe he will treat her well.
Nobody knows men
Yay,
like
thank you.
Flanders.
Our purposes lead the same way, to Ondor. We must find means to approach him.
The Marquis is channeling money to organizations opposing the Empire. We'll start there.
Raise your hand if you're eating a brownie. Yeah, that's right. Someone just brought me a brownie.
Marquis Andor announced my execution 2 years ago. If news of my survival were to spread, the Marquis may find his position compromised.
The men he's been funding bear little love for the Empire. They won't be thrilled to discover that rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. If we were to raise a clamor to that effect, we might just get their attention.
Nothing to it. I'll just go around town spreading the word. How about this? I'm Captain Bosch von Ratzenberg of Dalmasca.
My mom.
Well, what do you think?
Gross.
That certainly qualifies as a clamor. All right, Vaughn, get to it. For the girls' sake, eh? Oh, and the more people around to witness your little performance, the better.
The thing is like
the Marquis, it's up to you. We'll be waiting here if you need us.
If for some random kid was just like, I'm Bosch von Ratzenberg of Dalmasca, I'd just be like, oh, kids playing games, you know?
Don't listen to Andor's lies.
I want to be the Bosch.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ratzenberg of Dalmasca. Don't listen to Andor's lies.
Hey, everybody, don't listen to Andor's lies. Well, nobody knows he's escaped, so he would just be a Kingslayer to them. Nothing more, nothing less. But still, it'd just be like, oh, some kid's playing, you know, make-believe or whatever.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ratzenberg of Dalmasca.
All right, one more. So there's a little trick to this little mini game that not everybody actually knows about it, and it's kind of dumb, but you need those guys with the little notebook, whatever, but you need to stay away from the guards. So you gotta position yourself so that they hear you, but the guards do not.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ratzenberg of Dalmasca.
That should do it.
This is the one, Amaro. Says he's Captain Bosch, he does.
He would sooner pass for the king.
I knew he weren't no captain. That was a mean trick to be playing.
If a trickery it ended, it would end well enough. But why this boy? And why Captain Ronsenberg? An explanation is due, and I will hear it. The Empire's hounds grow passing bold indeed.
A shame if they learnt the Marquis trafficked with the likes of you. Agents masquerading as guides, a hideout at the back of a tavern? Not exactly earning high marks for originality, are we?
Now you've done it.
Wait! So Bosch von Ronsenberg does yet live.
BRB during this scene. Oh no, my headphones.
So Vaughn really is all right. I didn't think I'd ever get to see him again.
You will join him soon. And until then, I shall see that you are kept from harm.
Thank you.
I am troubled. The Rabanastre Imperial Guard appear to have overstepped their bounds. I intend to speak on this with the Consul.
What?
Vayne Solidor, the Consul, is my brother. The first duty of the Consul is to maintain order in Dalmasca. My brother is not one given to failure. Perhaps things aren't going as well as they might be, but give him a little time and he will put things to rights. Be not troubled. My brother is a remarkable man.
He frightens me.
Why?
I'm sorry. He is your brother. It's just, you don't understand how much we lost to the war. My friends, my parents.
So you fear the Empire? Listen to me. The men of my family, we are taught to place the needs of others before those of our own. I will see that you are kept from harm. It is my duty to House Solidor.
But how? How can I trust you?
Because I give you my word. My brother would do no less.
To be fair, he is the Emperor's son.
I knew there must be more to it, but to find you at the end of this tale? To see the Marquis's face when he learns of it.
I should like nothing more. I would meet him and see for myself.
How say you, my lord?
There is little to be said. I shall arrange a meeting with the Marquis. We shall expect you at the estate.
But you know, when you're the Emperor's son, you get every privilege in the world. And teaching, and lessons, etc. Plus he's young, which makes him sort of, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Where kind of overly hopeful and a little naive about it. And you only really get that when you're taught a certain thing, but you're expected to do another, and you haven't really, well, it's definitely not dumb. Like he's taught, you know, to be honorable and good and caring, etc., etc., etc. But the reality of politics is that you need to be underhanded and you know, dishonest. And he hasn't had his world shattered yet. Like, he understands some of it. He's not as naive as you might think he is. Idealistic, thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. As a very young kid, he's very idealistic, and he hasn't had the reality of the world take that away from him yet.
It was not so very long ago that I
But he's
announced you
quite
had been
bright.
executed.
And that is the only reason I
I
draw
would say
breath.
naive and idealistic, not gullible. Definitely not gullible.
So you are the sword he strung above my head. Vayne has left not a thing to chance. And?
A leader of the resistance has fallen into Imperial hands. A woman by the name of Amalia. I would rescue her, but I need your help.
This resistance leader, this Amalia, she must be very important. You understand I've my position to consider.
Would you let us see Larsa? He's got my friend with him.
I'm afraid you're too late. Lord Larsa's cortege has already rejoined the Imperial detachment. I am told they will depart for Rabanastre upon the arrival of the fleet this eventide.
This is a pre-rendered background, by the way. It's really, well, actually, this is cinematic, but when they showed this view, it was a pre-rendered background from the cinematic, which is really interesting because they're still doing the pre-rendered backgrounds this late into Final Fantasy. I do believe this is the last time they do pre-rendered backgrounds, but it's just interesting to see that how they use it so heavily with 7, 8, and 9, and quite a bit with 10, and then still use it in 12, but we're kind of pulling away from it and using, you know, letting the in-game graphics speak for themselves.
Captain Ronsenberg, surely the exigencies of position are not lost on you. Why, indeed. You should find
A lot of fiends here, y'all.
Don't talk like that.
Thank you, Joy, for the 310 bits.
Wait.
Can't be helped.
Sorry. Can't be helped.
Summon the guard.
Huh?
They are to be taken to Judge Geese.
Those decrepit basking fools in Arcades tie my hands, and look what happens. I tell you, this country's obstinacy knows no bounds.
The insurgents in Rabanasta operate alone at present. However, should they garner external support, the situation could worsen. We have found the counter-imperial elements in Bujerba to be conspicuously well-funded. No doubt Marquis Ondor is behind this. Ondor must be reined in.
By the way, the Marquis has written us a letter. He claims that he's recaptured our runaway. He's given him to Geese.
He will die by my hand.
Your fraternity is moving. Ah, Geese returns with Larsa. Tomorrow morning they will leave Bujerba. See him home safely, Gabranth. Now I'm expecting Dr. Sid. You may leave.
Well, excuse me, princess.
The real thing, to be sure.
Thank you, Joy, for the 399 bits.
Yes, it's well hidden. They'll be off chasing after shadows, the fools. Ah, yes. The reins of history back in the hands of man. Ah, Vane. You seem to be enjoying your job as consul.
I was kept waiting fully 2 years. What news of Arcades? Our honored members of the Senate?
Hard at work, as always, trying to find a dagger for your back.
They are welcome to try.
At the end of the day, Sid just kind of has to be a typical kind of person. And, you know, dealing with something like airships or mechanics or science or something. Usually. But really, any Sid can be a Sid, you know? They're not beholden to be a tech genius or something, or a good guy for that matter. Which is great about this Sid, is he's not just amazing, but also not a good guy. Sure, Matzi, you're Sid now. Dreadnought Leviathan. Leviathan.
The prisoners, my lord.
Majesty.
After what you've done, how dare you? You're supposed to be dead.
Come now, come now. Have you forgotten your manners? This is hardly the courtesy due the late Princess Ashalia Benargin Dalmasca.
Princess?
To be sure, she bears no proof of her former station, no different than any mean member of the insurgents.
Resistance.
The Resistance.
His Excellency the Consul asks the Ministry of the dethroned royal family in restoring peace to Dalmasca. Those who foster instability and unrest, who claim royal blood without proof, they shall meet their fate at the gallows. There are no exceptions.
I will not play puppet to Vane.
King Ramanas entrusted me with a task. Should the time come, he bade me give you something of great importance. It is your birthright, the Dusk Shard. It will warrant the quality of her blood. Only I know where to find it.
No, you don't, unfortunately.
You took my father's life. Why spare mine now? You would have me live in shame.
If that is your duty, yes.
Stop being so stubborn. Keep on like this and you're gonna get us all killed.
Don't interrupt.
What?
Vaughn, that stone.
It was in the palace treasure.
Well, well.
Splendid. You've brought the stone with you. This spares us a great deal of trouble.
Don't give it to him!
You have to promise. No executions.
The way he's just like,
His duty is to the law.
Thank you, Joey, for the 299
away.
bits. Yeah, no,
Lady
don't give it
Asher
to him.
reported separately.
And Plain Isaac, thank you for the 111 bits. That was great. Great combo, actually.
Vain Solidor, what fascination does this hold for you?
So you were carrying it all along. The fate's jest.
Thank you, Donate, for the 111
Fates of
bits.
yours to leave me out.
Keep quiet.
There was nothing else that I could do. You know that.
Oh, I understand. Honor, duty, and all that. I still can't believe that was a
I say
princess.
keep quiet.
The Marquis has been busy.
Not lightly did I beg his aid. Listen, it's been a full 2 years. I alone have kept Her Majesty safely hidden. I doubted friend and foe alike.
Sloppy. I don't know, it felt pretty well organized to me. Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 298 bits.
I'm getting her out. I need your help.
Of course.
Interesting, you know, at this point when Vosler joins your party as a guest, you're thinking, oh, well, Ash joined my party as a guest, Boz joined my party as a guest, so many main party members have joined my party as a guest, we'll just get Vosler later on. And, well, yeah. I think the game does a really good job of sort of not leading you by the hand too much on what to think. You know, there's obviously like a lot of tells and what a game may or may not do in terms of, you know, giving you party members or whatever, and I think this game does a really good job of sort of tricking you in a way. More party. I'm good with our lineup. Thank you, Nona, for the 111 bits. But I need to set her to dark again. She can go back to dark pretty much until I get something better. So. Vosler, clearly you're missing out on Redis.
Before we set out.
FF3 kind of did the same thing.
See that red
Nope.
web of light spanning the passageway?
No, none of the 10 party members you
It
get are
is a
permanent.
mechanism to detect intruders within the ship. Break one of those beams and an alarm will sound, summoning the guard. The alarm should cease after a time, but it's better to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Come, Her Majesty awaits.
The guests actually do actions in the DS version, that's true. Burn in darkness? Whatever. Oh no, I've triggered the alarm. Whatever should I do or something? Two, yes. The constant guests that come and go. Yeah. That would be the one you're thinking of. I can never remember the layout of this place, so be looking at the map a lot. shell, that's cheating. Alright, so there is a Reflectica emote, which I do want, at the very least. The Reflectica emote. This will be essential for later on. Yeah, 4 does, in a way, yeah, absolutely. It does kind of hold off on letting you know what you're... Oh, I got 2, apparently. That's actually perfect. All I need is 2. Letting you know which is your team and which is not your team, you know, by introducing and removing characters regularly. I mean, what's really interesting, I think, specifically, is how old the game is, and yet it did that kind of thing. You know, these are like revolutionary designs in video games that nothing had done prior, and just kind of really doing really unique things with storytelling in such a dated environment. You know. Oh, I might have the ether Fran here. How many judges are there? Hard to say because there are a lot of unnamed judges, like this enemy right here. There's 2 judges here.
Follow.
So Judge A and B. But name judges, I want to say there's like 7 or so. Judge A and B are not their names, weirdly enough, no. Take out their leaders and the others will soon to be follow. AoE nuke their entire team and then don't have to worry about it. Congratulations! I have to say the fonting and the text on the screen is very FF14 in general aesthetic.
Sloppy!
Speaking of FF14, you call that sloppy? Jeez, I'd hate to see what, I'd love to see what not sloppy looks like, actually. Thank you, Plain Asking, for the 298 bits! Uh-huh, yep, sure was. Under general aesthetic.
You are unharmed?
Vossler,
Majesty.
It's nothing. I'll be fine. You.
Come on, let's go. What are you waiting for? Panelo's still out there.
We should hurry. They won't be long.
We will talk later.
Okay, time to set the party the way I want it. Alright, so first things first is I'm gonna make Ash a knight, as I always do. Should be my little tank. First things first is... So she starts with 6 licenses. And that gives me access to how many more with the incentive? She's level 13, so... I can get 26 licenses. I probably don't have to worry about it too much. So I can get 20. Okay, so first things first is armor. The big fat HP, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's start with that. 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. No way you're Gambits. Oh, you fucking gotta be kidding me. I gave her so much HP, all the Gambits kicked into heal her. I don't know which Zodiac is which. I don't really particularly care for pseudoscience, astrology stuff.
Majesty.
Zodiacs are neat when they're placed into games as parts of little bits of the way the world is based around. That's neat, but in the real world, Zodiacs and astrology are trash. They're garbage. They're fun and neat, but there's no actual basis of truth behind any of it.
Her Majesty cannot abide weakness, least of all in herself.
So I don't really know
must make her confront the reality
what each like zodiac sign looks like, you know? I'm not sure why that's a particular question though. Such a Virgo thing to say. That's weird because my zodiac is not a Virgo, but I like the joke. But that would actually be hilarious because like someone who believes in astrology would be like, oh, that's such and such astrological sign thing to say, and it's like, that's not my actual sign, so you're an idiot. I mean, you got a 1 in 12 chance. My favorite part about astrology, though, is that NASA basically came out and said, yeah, there's actually 13 zodiacs. We just didn't care to let y'all know that. With the one snake one, I forget, the guy wrestling the snake. And astrologists just like conveniently ignored all of it and just went on with their day. Ophiuchus or something like that. Yeah, Ophius. Something like that. But yeah, astrology fans were just like, we're gonna pretend that doesn't exist. shit, I just realized I forgot there was a vendor over there. Oh, fuck. I have to go back. I'm gonna need that vendor to get out of here. Don't know. Never bothered to count them. I've never heard that one before, but the only reason I would be hesitant to believe it is because women in history have basically been pushed to the side. I doubt men in that era would allow something as important as the calendar to be based around something like that, but I'm sure there's some places that might be closer to the truth. Okay, so I'm not using you anymore, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna get rid of Van, but I'm also gonna make... No. Okay. Right. This is important here. Not... Oh. Yes. I need at least that. The license on her. Okay, let's go. Oh, let's hit this up. Honestly, this may be a bit of a painful experience here because of I don't really have healing right now, so I'm banking a lot on potions that I don't have anymore because I accidentally sold them all. Honestly, Phoenix down, like juggling might actually be what we need to do. It's a short little blip of the game, to be honest. That's what it is. That's why I wanted Clan Centrino, because you get the green magic, or the... Is it green magic? Anyway, you get oil and decoy and stuff from the Clan Centrino vendor, and you don't get it unless you join the clan, so... And I will want decoy. Yep, gotta have duck. Duck buff. Oh yeah, the Yangtze, Yang something Sansi, the Sansi, which we're going to next, by the way. It'll last considerably shorter period of time than what you're used to. But the thing about the Sansi is it's a huge area, but like 80% of it is optional. So if it took you a long time to go through there, it's because you wanted to explore the whole damn thing, which, you know, of course makes absolutely perfect sense. Yes, sir. I mean, yen, sir. I definitely want to go this way. Well, I can just... Yeah, I can just go across this way. Honestly, I feel like you spend very little time in the Sand Sea when you're going for Hundo. Yep. Getting around Entites will always, it's always a fun part of the Fiesta.
It's okay. We're okay.
Geese knows you've escaped. You must hurry. You are Captain Azalus. You will follow me. We must reach the airships before they do.
You would let us leave knowing who we are?
Lady Ash, by all rights you ought not even to exist. That you and Captain Ronsenberg were made to appear dead is like a hidden thread laid bare. Your actions hereafter will pull at that thread, and we will see what it unravels. This is our chance. We must see this through and get to the bottom of it. I believe 'tis for the good of Dalmasca and the good of the Empire.
Considering the invasion of Dalmasca was just to get to
Very well
Rosaria, like,
thanks.
it is kind of an unnecessary battle just to get
I
a
must
strategic
apologize.
advantage against Rosaria.
Penello, for you. May it bring you good fortune.
Of course, that's not the real reason, but, you know.
Let us go.
All right, now time for Penello. Penello is also going to be a red battle mage, I think, but she'll go probably to white mage, I think. Larsa is very capable, yeah. You know, normally when a kid character is exceedingly smart like that, I kind of get a little doubt. But with Larsa, it's believable, I think, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Trying to count here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And she starts with 5. 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Thank you, Joey, for the 1,313 bits. Honestly, yeah. Bring, 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 bring. You can keep that, actually, man. You, on the other hand... don't want that. Yeah, we actually did that exact thing, I believe. No duplicate jobs or something like that, I think is what we did. So we had one of every job across the entire team. I do believe that... no, it's... this boss does not have reflect. I'm pretty sure it's the next one. It's the other one. It's...
such a great shame. I must confess, I thought you the one who would help us restore peace to Dalmasca. No matter, we hold the proof of your royal lineage. A maid of passing resemblance will serve our purposes now. As for you, my dear, the Empire requires you no more!
What was that?
The Nethicite.
Your Majesty does not disappoint. Ever quick to spurn an honorable surrender, as was your father.
You know nothing of my father!
keep my father's name out your fucking mouth! I can't remember if this is the reflect one, so let me... Well, guess we're about to find out. Okay, yeah, no reflect here. Oh dear! I'm not afraid of you. It's called strategic, you know, placement or something.
We've secured an Atomos. Come.
An Atomos? All skiff, no ship. Hardly fit for a leading man.
So I can fly it then?
You're mad.
We're trying to escape the literal entire battalion. Why can't this amateur drive us out?
Can't we go faster?
Not yet. hasn't gone too fast that have
A
noticed.
lot of fiends here, y'all.
Thank you, Joy, for the 310 bits. That's a pre-rendered background.
Balthier, your handkerchief. I thought you might want it back.
I shall wear it close to my heart.
Ugh. Yeah, you gotta be careful about that, Durian. Definitely done that a few
Perhaps
times.
you forget all that Ondor has wrought.
I do not forget, Majesty. It was by his counsel, dangerous though it may have been, that we were able to free you. You must meet with him, Your Highness, and give ear to his words. He may act in league with the Empire, but his heart is not.
It is as he says. I ought not have kept Ondor at so great a distance for so long a time. I have played the fool.
You were only being cautious.
Majesty, I would ask you for some time. On our own, we struggle in vain to restore Dalmasca. I must search out some other way. Until I should find it, I would have Bosch remain at your side. Doubt him you may. But I measure his loyalty to Dalmasca no less
That's just
than my own.
his combat boxers.
I know you would not speak so lightly. Very well.
Keep her well. Go to Ondor and there await my return.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the point where we go to the Sand Sea. The fashion in this game is wild. Some of it just kind of really cool, but then you get like Redis and Vosler just like, I mean, look, they you know, if anybody's gonna pull off pink leather pants, it's gonna be Redis. But still, you know, it's certainly a choice.
When Vosler learned my father had been killed the night of the treaty signing, he returned to Ravenaster, there to aid my escape. There was still time before Vane's reach extended too far. We thought that you could protect me.
However, when I then made the announcement that you had taken your own life, I must have seemed a model citizen of the Empire. The announcement, you see, was Vane's suggestion. Of course, at the time I was reluctant, but I could not perceive his reasons.
Because if
Now
she's
it is
dead,
clear
then she
he
can't
meant to
take the
drive a
throne.
wedge between us.
And that also.
Halim, we are past all this. Bushirba must stand with us. We can stop Vane.
I once knew a girl whose only wish was to be carried in her uncle's arms. Your Majesty is a woman grown now.
Then Bushirba will aid me.
Suppose for a moment you were to defeat Vane. What then?
Wow.
You cannot
Thank you,
simply
Joy, for the
rebuild your
444
kingdom
bits.
with the only proof of your birthright stolen. Without that, the Grand Kiltia Sanbra Omises cannot and will not recognize your Majesty as the rightful heir. You may yet be a princess, but without proof of your identity, you are powerless. You will remain with me. We do nothing till the time is right.
I cannot just wait.
Then what does your Majesty propose we do?
Uncle Halim.
Incidentally, what is the going rate for rescuing princesses these days? Food would be a start. The good stuff, mind you.
This can be arranged, though it will take some time.
Time enough for a bath, I hope. Dirty business, you know. Ah, best bring a change of clothes, too.
This Balthier's ship!
What are you doing? This is Balthier's ship.
I'm going to retrieve the Dawn Shard. It's the proof that I need. I know where it's hidden. I'll return his airship later.
Are you crazy?
This is something that I have to do. Not only for myself, but for all those who have fallen. I will not be made to hide. I'll fight alone if I must.
You still have Bosch, right? Besides, you can't just go around stealing people's ships. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to concentrate.
That's quite enough, Your Majesty.
Well,
What do you think? A bit over the top.
Princess.
In my line of work, you never know when something like this might come in handy.
I'm trying to concentrate.
Thank you, Joy, for the 399 bits. Yeah. Excuse me.
I'm leaving you with the Marquis.
You can't.
Trust me, you're better off staying here.
Suppose you kidnapped me instead. You're a sky pirate, aren't you? Then steal me. Is that so much to
FF9
ask?
reference.
What do you have that I would want?
The Dynast King's treasure. The Dawn Shard is but one of the riches that lie waiting in King Wraithwall's tomb.
Only 2 games I know of that have princesses that
King
are looking to
Wraithwall,
get
you
kidnapped intentionally by some
Kidnapping royalty
rogue.
is a serious offense. It won't do much to lower the bounty on your head.
How much is the price on your head these days, I wonder?
Allow me to escort you in Vossler's place.
Will you be joining us?
Cool.
What? Are you kidding? I don't want to stick around this place.
Then I'm coming too.
Canelo.
Don't leave me here.
Of course not.
Then it's settled. We should leave before the Marquis realizes she's missing.
Thank you, Plate Acid, for the
Like
123
proper
bits. Cool. Kidnapping a princess. Yeah, pretty much, no name. Actually, Garnet does not have short hair until she cuts it. And it's 3, so your theory does not hold water. I mean, it is in the same universe as Tactics, but I'm not sure what you are drawing the line between to get to that conclusion. No, it makes, like, I know it seems like
does this set
Vaughn and
Draco?
Penella don't belong, but realistically they do.
I have
They've proven
confirmed he receives
themselves
funds from Lord Vane.
helpful, and they
His
want to come
agency in
along.
the fall of Nabudis is also certain.
You know?
Yet, with Judge Zekt, who
They don't
led
want to go
the
back to their
assault
shitty
missing,
life.
the truth remains difficult to ascertain.
The long, cold years have clouded my eyes. I cannot see my own son's heart.
Yeah, but usually there's
Shut up, old man. You smell like farts.
usually there's a connecting line for the joke. Thank you, Joey, for the 444 bits.
So then,
Correct, no name.
who is to be my successor? The Senate fears the capable Peregrine Vane. They prefer a young fledgling emperor.
Who will be my successor as
Come on.
emperor, even though Vane said that
Once
the
in the
emperor is
past, I
voted
laid
freely by
siege
its
to your
people?
homeland.
Which one is it?
The Republic of Landis is long since gone. My allegiance lies wholly with the Empire.
Perhaps. But what of your brother? He did not accept us as you did. He fled to Dalmasca. Did you never think to follow him?
I follow his every move. He is an enemy of the Empire. He will be cut down.
So you would kill even your own brother for the Empire. Be that as it may, Gabranth, your ruthlessness is not without merit. But it must not become this way with Larsa.
See how they're
You
always
must
overly protective
ensure
of
that it does
Larsa.
not.
So then you ask me to be his sword, to strike where he might not.
Rather be his shield. Gabranth, keep your close watch on Vayne. His is the keenest blade of all.
My lord.
Do this for me, Gabranth. I could not bear to see my sons war with each other again.
Darian, have a good night. Hope you feel better. Oh, it was only 2 years of imprisonment and torture. Come on, jeez. Make it seem like it's a big deal. Oh, absolutely. Writing, plot, story, all of it in 12 is just really, really expertly crafted.
This come in handy often?
It's tough being popular. Wouldn't want any admirers dropping in while we're away. Well now, that's as far as she goes. We'll be in yacht from here onwards.
Across the Sand Sea, to the Valley of the Dead, and to King Wraithwall's tomb below.
So when you're
Yes, I'm being
Skies don't
facetious,
still work
Berserk.
at all. That's why we gotta hoof it the rest of the way, you see?
Happy you get to teach me something for a change?
Well, if you want to be a sky pirate, you gotta know your... Hey, what do you mean for a change?
Come on,
At least we
discuss
thought
it.
to bring
I'm
entertainment.
Says who? You wanna see what
That is the best line of the game. That is the best line of the game. I love that so much. It's like he knows, and the writers know. Like they're written to be kids, you know, on purpose because they are. But at the same time, they provide an asset to the party as capable combatants. You know. Thank you, Happy Travel, for the 2 months. Yes, 2 months of Melvin jokes, pretty much. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine to sell. Alright, the most important thing I need to get here is arrow. I would like to have Kira, but, ugh. I don't think I'm gonna have enough cash to do anything else at this point. It's pretty much just go in with what I got and hope for the best. I want to say I should stick with Darkra for now, or Dark for now. And then when we get to the boss, we'll change it up. Actually, when we get to the dungeon in general, we'll change it up to Arrow because both of the bosses there are weak to air. On top of that, everything's undead in there, so. All right, let's go. See, this is what I mean by Team FAP. As you can see, Fran, Ash, Pinello. What were you guys thinking? What were you guys thinking? You're making all sorts of faces and weird comments about it. It's just FAP. In position. It's showtime, girls.
You need a spanking.
Yeah, chat. You need a spanking. Thank you, Player Asking, for the 269 bits. That's because he is a thief, literally. It could be annoying, but I don't mind it. Although I know how to get through it really quickly, so it's not that big of a deal.
Where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir Yensa, and beyond that, the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Dalmasca. We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
You are at that.
I like how everybody respects Pinello, despite her being a kid, and then everybody treats Van like an idiot. Like, aren't you a feisty one? You sure are quite capable. And then Vaughn's like, exists? Oh my god, what an idiot. Like the whole Balthier comment about, at least we thought to bring entertainment, because Vaughn is being a child. But with Pinello, Bosch is very, what do you call it? Not flattering. What's the word? He humors her, you know? Vaughn is more than naive. He's kind of an idiot. Like, he's more than just naive. I mean, obviously he grew up as an orphan, so he doesn't understand a lot of social interaction and stuff. You know, he's not very good with this complicated stuff, but he has a certain philosophy that he lives by, and he also has a lot of demons that he's trying to escape as well. So I mean, he has his own struggles, but kind of a lot of the dumb things that he says is sort of his coping mechanism, you know? Yeah, he's much more street smart, obviously, as a homeless thief, basically. That is the part that always bugged me. That part right there with the whole Wrestler spirit thing always bugged me. I thought they were going to do a callback to that, but they didn't. And I don't know if it was just because the whole intent was so that Vaughn had a connection with Ash, so that she would listen to him when it was most important, or if they were intended on doing something with it and just kind of left it. At the very least, it serves the purpose of Ash having a connection with Vaughn, so that when Ash needs that little push in the right direction and Vaughn provides it, she listens to him.
A construct to draw oil from the ground. Abandoned many years now, it seems.
Did Dalmascans build this?
No, the Rosarians. Their empire lies far to the west, ever at war with Arcadia. Heedless of the kingdoms caught in their midst. Dalmasca, Nabradia, Landis.
'Tis the small craft's fate to watch the list of the galleons and pray for light winds.
Vossler, why are you here?
Imagine my surprise when upon my return to Bogerba, I find both you and the Lady Ash have vanished. I thought you above consorting with sky pirates.
Balthier is a man worthy of our trust, and it was the Lady Ash's decision. I am content to lend my arm, as I could not when Rassler died, when her throne was taken. Never again. I will defend her this time.
You walked the Knight's path. The Lady Ash?
We should leave this place.
Let me guess. Sandstorm?
Worse.
Something far worse.
I see. So the Dawn Shard does lie in King Wraithwall's tomb. The Marquis sympathizes with your plight, yet the Empire perches as a carrion bird on his shoulder. He can keep whispers of your abduction silent for only so long.
Yes. Tell me, Vossler, what have you accomplished?
Fuck all.
We leave at once. This is Urutan Yensa territory, and they are unfond of visitors.
Thank you, Plain Asking, for the 343 bits. Oh no, not whatever the hell that is.
Looks like we've attracted the wrong sort of attention. Let's quit this place while we still can. Move!
Vossler, have you found the means to restore Dalmasca?
First, we must claim the Dawn Shard.
Yes.
It all begins
Destroy
with that.
Arcadia. Done. All you gotta do is just destroy one of the largest, you know, nations in the entire world, and you'll be fine. All right. Did I equip her new weapon? Oh, an even newer weapon. You guys got that right? Cool. I'm just gonna go grab the treasure. He has expose? Well, that's nice. What else does he have? Wither? It's a shame he doesn't have shear. Got him. I'm so good at this game. Oh, whoopsie. This is the PC version, yeah. I didn't want to go this way. It's kind of the wrong way, but it's fine. I'm already up here, so I might as well just grab whatever treasure is here. Wanted to go that way. We wanted to do the Zodiac Age edition. Makes for a little bit more interesting strategy with the incentive. Yeah, they did a really good job with the remaster of this game. It's a little bit easier when you don't have really low-res background images and 90% of the game is in 3D. It's a lot easier to just smooth out the edges and you're done. Important item. Okay, who wants it? Oh, wow. Oh, you know what? This may not be that important actually anymore. Let's give it to Penella though. What level is she? She can get 26. We're at 16, so we got a lot of room actually. I'm gonna give it to Penella simply because I just don't have anything else to give her. But honestly, like, the double LP accessories might not be important at all. Normally they're very important. I'd be much more interested in the double XP accessories, but I can never remember where those are. Hey Asher, take it easy. Thank you, Graham, and thank you for 20 months of subbing. Working on 2 years. Hey, we got lots of streams and Final Fantasy Fiestas and all sorts of crazy stuff to come, you know? Why is Dark doing so much damage? I have 2 people casting Dark. That being said, Dark is just a great spell in general. Although I want to say that it's probably best to swap it up to Arrow at this point. Oh, she doesn't have it yet. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh. 5. 6. That's 20 licenses. Actually, I think that puts her close to the cap. Yeah, she can still get a few more, but still. And Penella needs 2 as well. 1. Oh, I did forget to get the green magic. I mean, at the end of the day, I could take a teleport stone. Teleport, but if I do, I have to use one to get back, and oh, nice. I don't exactly have the freedom to do that because I only have 2 teleport stones, and I want 1 to teleport to Nabudis when I need to go to the Mossforan Highway. Oh yeah, that's doing twice as much damage as Dark. So the coefficient on that is quite a bit higher, as I expected. Dark was doing about 350, Arrow is about 750. But it's 14 MP instead of 10, so still the damage per MP ratio is much higher. Oh, that was foolish, running in with Penelo like that. I was thinking about gathering them, but I forgot that Penelo was squishy. My thought was only along the line of Penelo needs to move in order to get MP. Come on, give me some MP restore. Let's walk around and get some MP on everybody. Fran also needs to heal a little bit. Trying not, you know what, I could use some ethers. No, I'm too low on them. The massive chains can be kind of nice, but also it feels bad when you lose it. So you ever play Star Ocean 3 or 4 or 5? There's this like a battle chain thing where if you win a battle a certain way with a certain ability, you get a chain that gives you like bonus XP or money in the next battle, and they can stack, and it's great. But the thing is that every time a certain thing happens to you as the player, you lose it. So like in Star Ocean 4, all it takes is that you get critically hit. That's it. Just get crit. And you lose the whole thing, and that's it. It's so frustrating. In this, you just have to kill something that's not part of the chain, which is not as frustrating, but still kind of annoying. Yeah, it's just like you build up this thing. You know, the first few times it happens, you're like, oh, that's kind of annoying. And it just keeps happening and happening and happening and happening. And it's, oh my God. It is so annoying, and it's one of the things that made me very much kind of dislike Star Ocean 3. But with the chain on this, you kind of have to like set yourself to lose it by intent, you know, because you could just run away from an enemy and not kill it to lose your chain if you want to. Not in the Fiesta, of course. But yeah. Oh, good. That's what I thought. We were close to a waypoint. Nice. No primary healer. Made it through half of it anyway. So far, no, there's no real restrictions since I can get more licenses than I can. I can't get as many licenses as I'm limited with the LP that I have. However, I know that when it starts to get towards mid game, especially using double LP trinkets and everything, I'm gonna be blasting past that, and it's gonna be a big decision making process going along. You know. So far it's pretty standard, but I gotta be careful about how much I actually spend LP on. I can't just go ham. Right, yeah, there is the respecking, but I do want to avoid doing that since it is kind of time consuming, you know? Sup, nerds? Here to fuck up your way of life. Bird people, looks like bird, tastes like people. Mellier. You're not curious as to know what as to how I know what people taste like. Just curious what kind of birds I'm eating. That's all. If I recall correctly, there is a thing up here, but I want to say it's RNG. By the way, I'm going to take a peek. I remember when we did the whole Hundo playthrough, we had to get every spell and technique, and there was something up here, and it was something that I was like, wow, I can't believe I missed that all these years. Aha, that must have been what it was, an antidote. Escaping me all these years. I could have had an antidote. What is this, an edote for ants? It needs to be at least 3 times bigger. I mean, high potions, you know? Oh, hey, Ash is not sleeping anymore. Damn, girl, get some! Alright, well, it was nothing. I mean, it's possible that the chest just didn't spawn because chests in this game are RNG. Zach Leon, thank you for 19 months of sub. Oh, thank you. Yeah, more high potions for me to accidentally sell. Exactly. I need those to accidentally sell. I like the way those things die. They just. Oh, you're sleeping again. You can hang out back there for however long. I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you. I got you. She's just being a sleepy girl down there. Now she's just a sleepy girl up here. Yep. I agree. I mean, it's definitely one of my least favorite parts about the game is that there are a lot of really good techniques and skills and stuff just hidden all over in little random pockets of the world, and it's just kind of annoying because it'll be like Kiraga, or not Kiraga, but like Shelga and Protectiga are so locked behind weird spots, and they're basically unobtainable spells casually. Die, fool! Oh man, Vossler's getting some too. Two-handers have low crit rate too. Oh, well, the God elemental spells are fine. Even Hastiga, if I recall correctly, isn't that bad to find. But Protectiga and Shelga are virtually impossible, casually, if I recall correctly. Okay, fine. We're just doing circles around these freaking idiots, whatever they are, birds. Cocks. Did you not? Oh, they must be weak to water. That's why. They do actually, yeah. I was in the pool! You know, I'll cure that darkness once I actually have enough MP to actually cast, so. Exactly. This should be a waypoint, so once again, we made it just when resources are starting to get pretty tight. Oh, but we don't get a restore here. That's right. Enjoying a succulent fruit. Well, there's high potions. I need these for Mateus, I think. So I'm gonna get them anyway. But I definitely need those. Don't really think I need that. Don't really think I need that. So I'm at the next tier of gear here. I definitely want these, but it's gonna be tough to afford that. And I would like to get these for my casters, but it's gonna be really tough to afford that. At least I don't have to get that. I got lucky with that drop. All right. 28. I think I should be able to get the caster gear, at least. Damn it. It's one of the better sets of caster gear. I would like that winged helmet because it does give me speed. But I don't think I have the possibility of getting enough money selling my old stuff. Boy, we're really hurting for cash without being able to do that farming before Begamnon, huh? There's nothing really to work with here. I don't think we get a restore crystal. Might have to just run around. Oh, you know what? I think you do. I think you get it right before, right? I mean, frick, I don't want to go in there without any EMP and get my butt kicked. Let's at least walk around a little bit. Like, it's weak to wind, it'll die really fast. I only need a few casts. So I'm just gonna walk around a little bit to get some of my MP back. I don't remember if you get a restore or not. I know the game prompts you to save, but I don't think... Yeah, like eggs, exactly, yeah. I don't think you get an actual full restore crystal. I mean, I want to say there's like a blue one right as you zone in, but I can't remember. And it's a point of no return kind of thing. You can't come back once you go in there, so I don't want to chance it. So I think if I just get about, was it 14 MP? So about 50 MP on Fran, that should be enough that I don't have to worry about it. Because this boss is going to drop like a sack of rocks. And then after that, I will have a waypoint, save point to restore on myself on. Yeah. No save point. Save points. Oh, you just get a full restore. Oh, okay. Well, that works. All right. Blink and you'll miss it. It's the blink and you'll miss it, boss. Squawk, squawk. You have to blink longer. Come back here, coward! Where the hell's it going? It's weak to wind, that's why. I'm not gonna lie, I'm doing a lot less damage than I normally would because I don't have staves. So I think that's a big chunk of it. The weapon gives a lot of magic power that I'm not getting right now until I can dual class.
Long ago, the gods granted their favor to King Wraithwall, who would oversee the subjugation of a vast territory spanning from Mordalia to Valendia. Here, he forged the Galtean Alliance. Though he is called the Dynast King, upon establishing the Alliance, he demonstrated compassion for his people and disdain for needless war. A philosophy passed on to his successors, one that would bring peace and prosperity for hundreds of years to follow. It was during this time of peace that the city-states of Arcadia and Rosaria, each members of Wraithwall's alliance, took root and flourished. Wraithwall left 3 relics signifying descent from the Dynast King. Of these, the Midlight Shard was given to what would become House Nabradia, and the Dusk Shard to my ancestors.
There's no B team in this
the
game.
Founders of Dalmasca. The last of these relics was the Dawn Shard. It remained hidden here, known only to those of royal blood.
As though the Dynast King foresaw the very plight before us now.
None save descendants of the king are suffered within. If we attempt to enter without proof of such lineage...
There's no guarantee we'll make it out alive.
The B team would be Bosch,
Traps,
Balthier, and Bonello.
Mm-hmm. But you must consider the prize. The Dawn Shard lies within, and Wraithwall's treasure.
And there was I, thinking this was going to be hard.
Bosler. If only. B for boys? No thanks. I prefer my team Fabtha, I mean. Fabtha. Okay, everyone, we're gonna wrap it up here today. It's a little bit earlier than normal, but not really. Mostly just because it's a great time to end, so I think we'll just kind of take advantage of the nice opportunity and play ourselves out. Yep, not to mention there's a good chance that I still have a significant amount of time over 7, so I figured, hey, good opportunity to just kind of make sure I end a little bit earlier. He can go a little bit later. Before you know it, we're back on track again, so yeah. Not to mention, I think it's just a great point. I'm pretty worn out, and we gotta do Demon Wall. And also keep in mind, remember, there's no running away in this game. Final Fantasy 12 is the best game for the no running away rule because there are like legitimate bosses that you can run away from and you're meant to run away from, and we will not be doing that, and it's great. So when we get in, we will have to do Demon Wall, which is no joke, but it'll be fun. I think it'll be a good time. So we get to do that right off the bat tomorrow morning. 16 hours from now, back to it, Final Fantasy 12 and day 26 of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Of course, 7 will be live in just a short bit, so make sure to catch him on the flip, and then give him some love and support as he works his way through the beginning of FF12 as well. And we'll see you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Final Fantasy Fiesta. Thank you for the tremendous amount of love and support and bits and donations and subs and resubs. Always making every day an amazing experience, an amazing time. Thank you for being so supportive and amazing. Truly, I am grateful. Thank you, and have an amazing evening. Good night.